Chapter 2305. You're just a donkey. How dare you call yourself Heavenly Donkey Sage? Don't you have any shame? The stone man sneered. Little Donkey was furious. He turned around and wanted to fight the stone man. Fatso shouted, Brother Donkey, calm down. Lin Feng shouted, Brother Donkey, calm down. Impulse is the devil. Under Lin Feng and Fatso's persuasion, Little Donkey finally calmed down. He realized that he was no match for the stone man. He quickly followed Lin Feng and Fatso to escape. I'll slaughter your donkey and cook it. The stone man chased after them. His voice was cold, but there was a hint of mockery in it. Little Donkey was furious. He gritted his teeth, but he knew that he was no match for the stone man. He could only suppress his anger and continue to escape. However, the stone man had caught up. He waved his sword and was about to slash at Little Donkey. Suddenly, Little Donkey shook his butt and released an attack that smelled good. Little Donkey's attack was obviously his trump card. Not only did it smell good, but the attack was also very powerful. Bang! A loud sound was heard. The stone man was sent flying dozens of meters away by Little Donkey's fart. Blurg! Then, the stone man vomited. Damn, Brother Donkey, you're awesome. Lin Feng gave Little Donkey a thumbs up. Little Donkey's attack was too awesome. Lin Feng was stunned. That's Brother Donkey's trump card. Even if you don't die from the stomp, you'll die from the smell, Fatso said. Little Donkey said proudly, Of course, that's Brother Donkey's specialty. It's a secret skill that I created myself. I even gave it a famous name. What's it called? Lin Feng asked curiously. It's called the Heavenly Donkey Holy Venerable Sky Blasting Thunder. The donkey said with a grin. What the? Lin Feng was shocked. The little donkey was truly a rare item. I'm going to slaughter you and roast you as a whole donkey. The stone man roared furiously. They quickly chased after Lin Feng and the others. Right now, the stone man was about to die from depression. What kind of powerful existence was it? He was actually sent flying by a donkey's fart. This was simply a great humiliation. Now that he thought about it, he was so depressed that he wanted to go crazy. Now, Little Donkey had become a thorn in the side of the stone man. The stone man only wanted to kill Little Donkey to vent his anger. After killing Little Donkey, he would kill Little Donkey's accomplices, Lin Feng and Fatso. That was the only way to completely calm the stone man's anger. The stone man pushed his speed to the limit and quickly charged toward Lin Feng, Fatso, and Little Donkey. However, at that moment, a cold snort was heard. As the cold snort was heard, dense formation runes appeared in the void. Those formation runes were like chains of order, locking down the world. One by one, the formation runes suppressed the stone man. The experts of the stone workshop made their move. They activated the formation, wanting to suppress the stone man. Lin Feng guessed that the person who made the move was the gray-robed elder, the workshop owner. The stone man was too powerful. The workshop owner did not dare to be careless, so he activated the monarch runes of the stone workshop to suppress the stone man. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 consecutive collisions, the stone man was forced to retreat. As expected of monarch runes, they were very powerful. Even the stone man was unable to resist them. Looks like the stone man is about to be suppressed by the stone workshop. Many people gathered around to watch. Many people saw that the stone workshop was about to suppress the stone man. They all felt that it was a pity. They also wanted to suppress the stone man, but their strength was limited. They could not suppress the stone man. Bang, bang, bang. The monarch runes continued to exert their power. The stone man was sent flying again and again. Slash. The stone man shouted coldly. He waved the stone knife in his hand and slashed at the monarch runes that looked like chains of order. Clang, clang, clang. A series of collisions were heard. However, the stone knife could not cut through the monarch runes. Instead, the stone man was sent flying by the monarch runes. The stone man was suppressed very badly. It seemed that it was only a matter of time before he was captured. You're still far from being able to suppress me. The stone man's eyes flashed coldly. He used the stone knife to cut his palm. His palm split open and a drop of stone man's blood flowed out. The stone knife quickly absorbed the drop of Stone Man's blood. Heavens, this is too unbelievable. Lin Feng could not help but exclaim. The Stone Man could produce blood? The Stone Man was made of stone. How could he produce blood? It was unbelievable. However, the world was so big that nothing was too strange. Anything unimaginable had happened. It seemed to be understandable. After absorbing the Stone Man's blood, the stone knife's power increased greatly. Slash. The Stone Man wielded the stone knife and slashed at one of the monarch runes. The Stone Man unleashed his strongest attack. Puff. A tearing sound was heard. The Stone Man cut through the monarch rune. Originally, the Emperor runes combined together to form the most perfect and flawless formation. However, after one of the monarch runes was cut, a hole appeared in the formation. Swoosh! The Stone Man turned into a stream of light and flew out from the broken monarch rune. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. After seeing this scene, many people couldn't help but gasp. The stone knife was stained with the Stone Man's blood. Its power was so terrifying that even the monarch rune was cut. It was unbelievable. A dragon has risen from the abyss. I'm afraid no one can suppress the Stone Man anymore. Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. There are some amazing stones in this stone workshop. It's a pity that this stone was not able to suppress him. If it was suppressed before he was born, we might have been able to refine him into a stone puppet. Fatso could not help but sigh. It was a pity. Lin Feng said, "Let's go back and see if there are any more stones worth cutting." Fatso's eyes lit up. Hopefully, there are a few more heaven-defying stones. That would be great. Lin Feng, Fatso, and Little Donkey returned. The people in the stone workshop were cleaning up the corpses of the dead cultivators, waiting for their companions to come and claim the bodies. Greed can often cause people to lose their lives. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes as he looked at the corpses. The stone workshop opened again, and the three of them entered. Little Donkey said, "There's nothing good left. Let's go back." Lin Feng also felt that there was nothing good left in the evil stones. After hearing Little Donkey's words, he was even more certain. The three of them walked outside. "It's you." When they arrived at the gate of the courtyard, a young man walked towards them. That young man stopped Lin Feng and said in an ice-cold tone, "You're a genius." The young master was none other than the son of the Sky Demon Emperor. Chapter 2306. The Heavenly Demon Emperor's son and Lin Feng could be considered old acquaintances. However, back then, the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son was still an unhatched egg. Now that the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son had hatched, his cultivation was extremely heaven-defying. Back then, Lin Feng wanted to refine the black flame god-devouring fire left behind by the Heavenly Demon Emperor. The Heavenly Demon Emperor's son wanted to refine Lin Feng's heavenly fire as well. It was either you die or I die because they were both coveting the other's heavenly fire. That egg from back then has hatched. Lin Feng glanced at the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son indifferently. The Heavenly Demon Emperor's son looked at Lin Feng coldly. A demonic black light flashed in his eyes. It was the power of the heavenly fire. The Heavenly Demon Emperor's son licked his lips and said, "You are quite lucky to have 4 types of heavenly fire in your body." The Heavenly Demon Emperor's son controlled the black flame god-devouring fire, which was ranked 8th among the heavenly fires. Therefore, he could sense the number of heavenly fires Lin Feng controlled. "I've always wanted to refine the 5th type of heavenly fire, but I couldn't find it. Now that you've appeared, I've finally found it. Why don't you give it to me? Name a price. No matter how much it costs, I'll satisfy you." Lin Feng looked at the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son with a faint smile. The Heavenly Demon Emperor's son sneered. "It's been so many years, but it seems like you're still coveting my heavenly fire. Great. I also want your heavenly fire. You should be glad that you can't fight in private on Coiling Dragon Island. If that were the case, you would be dead by now. I'll let you live for a few more days. When we reach the Origin Ruins world and the Prodigy ranking battle begins, I'll trample you beneath my feet and cut off your head." "Is that so? I'm also waiting for that day to come. I wonder who will be the one to kill who then?" Lin Feng said indifferently. Ha 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 ha. Someone with a lowly bloodline like you wants to kill me? What a joke. The Sky Demon Emperor's son laughed as he walked into the courtyard. He did not take Lin Feng seriously at all. In the eyes of the Sky Demon Emperor's son, with his current strength, killing Lin Feng was as simple as crushing an ant. Who is that kid? You seem to have clashed with the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son. I don't recognize him. His life aura is very young. Could he be the successor of some top power? That kid seems to be Lin Feng, the disciple of Lord Tortoise of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. Master Tortoise? That infamous Lord Tortoise? That's right. It's that Master Tortoise. I know Lin Feng. It's said that he's not a good person. He's always idling around in the Reincarnation Immortal Sect and harassing the fairies of the sect. That's why he's called scum. I heard that the Reincarnation Immortal Sect has established a faction called the Dragon Gate in the Southern Sea region. With Lord Tortoise's prestige, the Dragon Gate was appointed as the Dragon Gate's leader. I've heard about that as well. It's said that the Dragon Gate is quite powerful. It has won several conflicts with the evil Dragon Palace. I'm guessing that the Reincarnation Immortal Sect sent that kid to be the Dragon Gate's leader because they're worried that he'll continue to harm the sect's female disciples. That's why they sent him away. Out of sight, out of mind. Now that the kid has clashed with the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son, he's doomed. The Heavenly Demon Emperor's son is too heaven-defying. He's almost invincible. That's not necessarily true. That kid is Lord Tortoise's disciple. I'm sure he has many powerful techniques. Maybe Lord Tortoise gave him some powerful defensive treasures. That's a possibility. The Heavenly Demon Emperor's son also has top-tier treasures. That's why the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son only needs to use his treasures to suppress that kid's treasures. Then, he'll deal with him. That kid will still die. Many people whispered among themselves. They looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at a dead man. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered with those gossiping cultivators. He returned to his residence with Fatso and Little Donkey. The next day, the Coiling Dragon Island captured the group of cultivators who killed and robbed outside the stone workshop. Moreover, the Coiling Dragon Island wanted to execute them in public. The incident caused a huge uproar. Those people are very strong. They must have an extraordinary background. The Coiling Dragon Island wants to execute them in public. Aren't they afraid of falling out with the factions behind them? So what if they fall out with them? The Coiling Dragon Island is backed by the Heavenly Dragon Clan. The Heavenly Dragon Old Ancestor's cultivation is unfathomable. Besides, the Heavenly Dragon Old Ancestor is a good friend of the Red World Fairy. With such a powerful backer, who would dare to offend the Coiling Dragon Island? That's true. Even those immortal sects, ancient clans, and ancient factions wouldn't dare to offend the Coiling Dragon Island. The entire Coiling Dragon Island was discussing the incident. Many people rushed to the square. More than a dozen black-clothed men were tied up and lined up in a row. They were still masked. The Coiling Dragon Island didn't announce their identities. Clearly, the Coiling Dragon Island didn't go too far. They were still giving face to the factions behind these black-clothed men. However, it was hard to say whether the other party would appreciate it. Long Muying personally supervised the execution. The time has come. Execute, Long Muying shouted. More than a dozen executioners wielded large sabers and slashed down. Puff, 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 blood splattered everywhere. All of the black-clothed men were killed. The Coiling Dragon Island has killed more than a dozen people. It's enough to shock everyone, Fatso said. Yeah, the Coiling Dragon Island is really decisive in killing, Lin Feng said. After watching the show, Lin Feng, Fatso, and Little Donkey found a restaurant to eat and drink. At night, they went to a brothel to have fun. What made them speechless was that Little Donkey actually found a few beauties to massage him. This guy really knows how to enjoy life. On the 5th day of the Coiling Dragon Island, on this night, someone came to visit Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the person who had come to see him. It was an old man. He was extremely skinny and looked like a skeleton. He looked like an old ghost that had crawled out of hell. Even Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. May I know why Senior is looking for this Junior? Lin Feng asked. Lin Gongzi, you're too polite. This time, this old servant is under the orders of my master to invite you over for a chat. The old man said. Lin Feng was shocked. This old man actually called himself an old servant. Whose servant was he? A servant was actually so terrifying. What cultivation level was his master at? Lin Feng couldn't help but feel shocked when he thought of this. Lin Feng was somewhat puzzled. Why did this old man's master invite him over? Could it be that he had some ulterior motive? He asked calmly, "May I know who Senior's master is? Do I know him?" Chapter 2307. Lin Gongzi, you'll know when you get there, said the old man. He did not reveal who his master was to Lin Feng. Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly. The old man's origins were mysterious, and his cultivation was powerful. Moreover, he was only a servant. His master was obviously stronger. If he did not know who his master was, what would he do if he was plotted against? The old man seemed to know what Lin Feng was thinking. Lin Gongzi, are you afraid? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and said, Senior, there's no need to provoke me. I won't change my mind just because of a few words from others. However, since you've specially invited me, I'll go with you, said the old man. Since that's the case, let's set off now. Lin Feng nodded and left with the old man. He boarded a beast carriage. The old man chatted with Lin Feng. An hour later, they arrived at their destination. After alighting from the carriage, Lin Feng discovered that he had arrived at a huge mansion. There were cultivators patrolling the mansion. The island master's mansion, said Lin Feng with narrowed eyes. On the entire coiling dragon island, except for the mansion of the island owner, there shouldn't be any other place that was so heavily guarded. Lin Gongzi's eyes are as sharp as pearls. This is indeed the island master's mansion, said the old man. Looks like Patriarch Tianlong invited me here for a chat, Lin Feng said with narrowed eyes. The old man nodded. That's right. My master is Patriarch Tianlong. Lin Feng did not say anything else. He followed the old man to see Patriarch Tianlong. Back then, during the Red World Fairy's birthday celebration, he had seen Patriarch Tianlong. However, Lin Feng had been looking at Patriarch Tianlong, who was standing beside the Red World Fairy. At that time, Patriarch Tianlong was an existence that Lin Feng had to look up to. Now, following the increase in cultivation, Lin Feng was approaching Old Ancestor Heavenly Dragon's cultivation. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that if he wanted to contend against Sky Dragon Old Ancestor, he still needed a certain amount of time to accumulate his own cultivation. I don't have any interactions with Patriarch Heavenly Dragon. Why is Patriarch Heavenly Dragon looking for me? Lin Feng couldn't help but feel puzzled. Suddenly, tens of cultivators walked forward. The one leading them was a woman. Surprisingly, it was Long Muying. Lin Feng had seen this woman several times before. Although Long Muying was young, his cultivation was powerful and was highly regarded by Old Ancestor Heavenly Dragon. Therefore, at a young age, he began to wield great power. Grandpa Hong. After seeing the old man, Long Muying hurriedly bowed. Lord Hong. The people around Long Muying all bowed to the old man. Although the old man called himself an old servant, but he had stayed by Old Ancestor Sky Dragon's side for such a long time, who would dare to treat him as a servant? Even the cultivators of the Heavenly Dragon clan were very respectful when they saw the old man. The younger generation even affectionately called the old man Grandpa Hong. This was a sign of respect for the old man. Greetings, young miss. The old man smiled with a kind expression on his face. Long Muying glanced at Lin Feng and asked, Grandpa Hong, who is this young master? The old man replied, This young master is Lin Gongzi, Lin Feng, a disciple of Lord Turtle of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. The Patriarch wishes to meet Lin Gongzi to discuss some matters. Lord Turtle's disciple? Long Muying looked at Lin Feng in surprise. She had naturally heard of Lin Feng, but she didn't pay much attention to him. She didn't expect to meet Lin Feng in person today. Why don't we find some time to have some tea? Chat? Talk about romance? Lin Feng looked at Long Muying with a smile. The people around Long Muying broke out in cold sweat when they heard Lin Feng's words. They rejoiced in Long Muying's misfortune and said, Brat, you actually dared to tease the Patriarch. You're dead meat. Rumor has it that this fellow is scum. It seems like the rumors are true. Long Muying snorted coldly in her heart. However, a charming smile appeared on her face and she said, "All right, I'll make an appointment with you when the time comes. However, I won't disturb you from meeting the patriarch for now." Then, Long Muying looked at the old man and said, "Grandpa Hong, Muying will take her leave." "Go on," the old man said with a smile. After Long Muying left with the group, the old man looked at Lin Feng with a faint smile and said, "What? Have you taken a liking to Muying? She hasn't been betrothed to anyone yet. If you've taken a liking to Muying, this old servant can put in a good word for you in front of the patriarch." Lin Feng smiled bitterly. "I was just joking with Long Muying. Senior, please don't take it seriously." The old man said meaningfully, "Sometimes, what's true can be false, and what's false can be true." Lin Feng didn't say anything and just smiled. The old man didn't say anything else. He directly brought Lin Feng to meet Patriarch Tianlong. Patriarch Tianlong lived in a purple bamboo forest. The environment here was extremely quiet. When they arrived outside the purple bamboo forest, the old man said, "I'll send you here. Lin Gongzi can go in by himself." "Thank you, senior." Lin Feng cupped his fists. "Lin Gongzi, you're welcome." The old man waved his hand and left. Lin Feng then walked towards the depths of the purple bamboo forest. Bang! However, just as he took 5 or 6 steps, an invisible force burst out from the void and swept towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng was directly hit by the invisible force and flew out. He felt his qi and blood rolling, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Feng's face suddenly became gloomy. It was obvious that Patriarch Tianlong had attacked him. Lin Feng didn't know why Patriarch Tianlong attacked him. He didn't seem to have offended this old man, right? "Senior, what is the meaning of this?" Lin Feng asked in a deep voice. Bang! In the next moment, Lin Feng was hit by the invisible force again. His body flew out again. Patriarch Tianlong was too powerful. Even without showing himself, the combat strength he displayed was already terrifying and shocking. It was hard to imagine how powerful Patriarch Tianlong's cultivation was. Therefore, Lin Feng had no intention of fighting with Patriarch Tianlong. He rushed outside, but the entire purple bamboo forest was intertwined with formation runes, trapping Lin Feng in the formation. Patriarch Tianlong, what is the meaning of this? If you don't show yourself, do you believe that I won't burn this purple bamboo forest to the ground? Lin Feng flicked his finger, and a ball of heavenly fire flew out. The surrounding bamboos were set ablaze, and the bamboos were instantly turned into ashes. "Little bastard, stop it!" Old Ancestor Tianlong stepped out of the void and looked at the bamboo that had been burned to ashes. His heart was bleeding. These were all immortal bamboos. They were extremely rare. Every single one of them was a huge loss. Lin Feng had just destroyed over 100 of them. Patriarch Tianlong wanted nothing more than to chop Lin Feng into pieces. However, when he thought about how Lin Feng was the Red World Fairy's tribulation taker, he could only endure it. "Why did you call me over?" Lin Feng asked straightforwardly. Chapter 2308. Patriarch Tianlong glanced at the red dust thread on Lin Feng's wrist before retracting his gaze. "What? Can't I invite you over for a chat if there's nothing important?" Lin Feng said. TSK, we don't have any friendship. There's a saying that goes, one who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions." Patriarch Tianlong was furious. He glared at Lin Feng and said, "Brat, what are you talking about? Do you believe that I won't beat you up?" Lin Feng said, "We gentlemen use our mouths, not our fists. Moreover, if we really fight and burn this precious purple bamboo forest to ashes, that would be too much of a pity." This purple bamboo was also known as the enlightenment bamboo. It was an extremely rare species. In the past, Patriarch Tianlong had gone to great lengths to obtain this purple bamboo. Now that he was threatened by Lin Feng, he immediately lost his temper. Old Ancestor Tianlong said, "The reason I'm looking for you this time is to give you something." "Oh? What is it?" Lin Feng looked at Patriarch Tianlong in surprise. He did not have any interactions with the Heavenly Dragon Ancestor, but the Heavenly Dragon Ancestor wanted to give him something, which made him puzzled. Swish, Patriarch Tianlong's hand flashed, and an item appeared. Lin Feng looked over. When he saw the item, his eyelids twitched violently. It was a black piece of porcelain. Although it was incomplete, Lin Feng could tell at a glance that it was a part of the heaven-devouring jar. The heaven-devouring jar was broken into 5 parts. Lin Feng had already found 2 parts. He was still 3 parts away from completely repairing the heaven-devouring jar. Every time he found a part, the heaven-devouring jar's power would increase greatly. For me? He looked at Patriarch Tianlong in disbelief. Then, he became puzzled. How did this old man know that I have the heaven-devouring jar? Patriarch Tianlong had come looking for him. Lin Feng's heart was filled with too many questions. Patriarch Tianlong said, "Of course it's for you. Why did you give me this? There doesn't seem to be any relationship between us, right?" Lin Feng narrowed his eyes as he looked at old ancestor Tianlong. Just as he had said before, one who was unaccountably solicitous was hiding evil intentions. Would old ancestor Heavenly Dragon give him the heaven-swallowing jar fragment for no reason? At the very least, Lin Feng did not think that an expert at the level of Heavenly Dragon old ancestor would do such a thing. "I was entrusted by someone," Ancestor Tianlong said indifferently. "Oh, entrusted by someone? Who asked him to do this?" Lin Feng asked in surprise. "The Red World Fairy," the Heavenly Dragon ancestor said. "The Red World Fairy?" Lin Feng immediately revealed an extremely shocked expression. The Red World Fairy was a high and mighty existence. Logically speaking, the current him was not qualified to have any interaction with the Red World Fairy. However, Lin Feng found that he seemed to have some connection with the Red World Fairy. For example, when the boat of curses was chasing him, the Red World Fairy appeared and repelled the boat. Why would the Red World Fairy help him? At that time, Lin Feng was extremely puzzled. However, the Red World Fairy would not tell him the reason. Now, the Red World Fairy had obtained the heaven-swallowing jar fragment and asked old ancestor Tianlong to give it to him. This made Lin Feng even more puzzled. With the Red World Fairy's cultivation, Lin Feng was not surprised that she could see what kind of treasure he had. What really made him feel strange was that the Red World Fairy needed to give the heaven-swallowing jar fragment to someone she did not have any relationship with. What exactly was involved in all of this? Lin Feng could not figure it out even if he racked his brains. The Red World Fairy had helped him time and time again. What was the meaning behind it? What? You don't want it? It's better if you don't want it. As old ancestor Tianlong spoke, he was about to put away the heaven-swallowing jar fragment. Lin Feng snatched the heaven-swallowing jar fragment and said, "Why don't you want it?" "Of course I want it. This was given to me by the Red World Fairy. It belongs to me now." Humph. Old ancestor Tianlong could not help but snort coldly. Old ancestor Tianlong really did not like Lin Feng. Back then, the Red World Fairy's great emperor tribulation descended. It was actually the tribulation of the mortal world, and it was on Lin Feng. Old ancestor Tianlong's suggestion was to directly kill Lin Feng, and then successfully transcend the tribulation and become a great emperor. However, the Red World Fairy did not do so. The Red World Fairy had already comprehended the mysteries of fate. She knew many things that old ancestor Tianlong did not know. She even saw a trace of Lin Feng's future. She also saw her own future. It would be intertwined with Lin Feng's future, and it would be difficult to part with it. Although Lin Feng was not strong enough now. However, this was only temporary. The Red World Fairy believed that in the near future, Lin Feng would definitely be able to grow up. The mortal love thread was the connection between Lin Feng and the Red World Fairy. This was also the reason why the Red World Fairy helped Lin Feng. It was just that Lin Feng did not know about this matter. Back then, when Lin Feng's cultivation was weak, some experts could still see the existence of the mortal love thread. However, as Lin Feng's cultivation continued to increase, it was very difficult for people to see the mortal love thread on Lin Feng's wrist. Even a powerhouse of old ancestor Heavenly Dragon's level could no longer see the wisps of worldly emotions. "If there's nothing else, this junior will take his leave," Lin Feng said. Old ancestor Tianlong narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Feng. In his opinion, Lin Feng was a demon that hindered the Red World Fairy's cultivation. However, no matter how much he disliked Lin Feng, there were some things that could not be changed. He said indifferently, "Kid, don't die too early. Otherwise, you will fail to live up to some people's expectations of you." Lin Feng felt that old ancestor Tianlong's words had a hidden meaning. Just as he was about to ask, he found that old ancestor Tianlong had disappeared without a trace. "This old man is so mysterious." Lin Feng could not help but mutter, then turned and walked outside. "Lin Gongzi, this old servant will send you back?" The old man was waiting outside. When he saw Lin Feng come out, he said with a smile, "Thank you for your trouble, senior." Lin Feng cupped his fists. "Lin Gongzi, you're too polite," said the old man, leading the way. When they were halfway there, a beautiful maidservant came from afar. She bowed to the old man and said, "Master Hong, the young lady invited Lin Gongzi to visit her." The young lady that the maidservant was talking about should be Long Muying. The old man smiled and patted Lin Feng's shoulder, saying, "Young people should seize the opportunity well. Go." Lin Feng was speechless. He guessed that the old man probably thought that he and Long Muying were lovers. "This junior will take his leave," said Lin Feng, then cupped his fists and bowed to the old man. Then, he followed the beautiful maidservant to see Long Muying. The old man did not stop and walked towards the purple bamboo forest. Chapter 2309. Young Master, our young miss is waiting for you inside. The maidservant brought Lin Feng to a palace and pointed at it. Lin Feng nodded and walked towards the palace. He pushed the door open and entered the palace. Rumble. Following that, the door closed. Lin Feng looked inside and found that the interior of the palace was actually a huge training room. There were all kinds of weapons and training equipment placed in the training room. A woman was sitting cross-legged with her back facing him. That woman was none other than Long Muying. "You're here," Long Muying said indifferently. He stood up and looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Little Ying, the place you go for a date with someone is really unique. Other people would choose a beautiful garden or an elegant pavilion for a date, but you chose a training room for a date. That's really unique, but I like it." "Shameless bastard, who wants to go on a date with you?" Long Muying glared at Lin Feng fiercely. Lin Feng said, "If you're not going on a date with me, why did you call me here? It's such a big room, and there's only the two of us. Don't tell me you have some bad intentions towards me. Let me tell you, don't be impulsive. Impulsiveness is the devil. Don't act recklessly because I'll scream." Long Muying almost died from anger when she heard Lin Feng's words. Long Muying had a lot of power, and she was not a good-tempered person. She also knew that Lin Feng was teasing her. However, Long Muying was unable to suppress the anger in her heart. She glared at Lin Feng fiercely and said, "Go ahead and scream. Even if you scream yourself hoarse, no one will save you today." Speaking up to this point, Long Muying suddenly felt that something was wrong with her words. That sentence and Lin Feng's previous sentence made it sound like a heinous rapist was forcing a weak young woman to do something she didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken. "Ha ha." Lin Feng suddenly laughed out loud. He laughed so hard that he was out of breath. "You're courting death." Long Muying knew that she had been led astray by Lin Feng. Hearing Lin Feng's laughter, she became even angrier and couldn't help but coldly shout. Then, he shot up and rushed toward Lin Feng. A heaven-shaking dragon fist blasted towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng shouted, "Long Muying, there's no grudge between us, right? Why did you attack me?" "Because you have a cheap mouth," Long Muying said coldly. Obviously, Long Muying hated Lin Feng because he had told her to drink tea, chat, and talk about love before. Long Muying had a fiery temper. Lin Feng's casual words made Long Muying think that Lin Feng was flirting with her. Of course, she couldn't tolerate it. Lin Feng swung his fist at Long Muying. Bang! The two of them punched each other. Next, they both took 3 steps back. Lin Feng said, "Long Muying, you don't have a man, so what if I talk about love with you? Now, I want to ask you, if I want to flirt with you, will you let me? I'll smash your mouth." Long Muying shouted angrily and pounced at Lin Feng again. This girl's temper was quite fiery, and she belonged to the type of woman who was extremely strong. A man wanted to flirt with her? Not a chance. Heaven-shaking dragon fist, second style. Holy dragon soaring fist. Long Mewing once again sent out a punch. Groan. A loud dragon roar resounded through heaven and earth. A huge dragon condensed and hovered around Long Mewing. The huge dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws. It was lifelike, just like a real dragon. The power of the second fist of the heaven-shaking dragon fist was many times stronger than the first fist. It was used. Lin Feng was very surprised. Long Mewing's cultivation was still very terrifying. As the dragon girl of the heavenly dragon clan, her talent was naturally innate. Naturally, there was no need to mention his talent, and he did not lack cultivation resources. Therefore, although Long Mewing was young, his cultivation was already enough to suppress many of the older generation's experts. However, Long Mewing was facing Lin Feng today. Lin Feng's cultivation was even more terrifying. Although Long Mewing was strong, she was still not Lin Feng's opponent. Facing Long Mewing's holy dragon soaring fist, Lin Feng also punched out. His fist was surrounded by yin and yang qi. This was a fist technique recorded in the great yin-yang art, called Supreme Yin-Yang Fist. Its power was also very tyrannical. Bang! With a second dull collision sound, Lin Feng and Long Mewing collided for the second time. This time, Lin Feng did not move at all. Long Mewing, on the other hand, was forced to retreat. Impossible! Long Mewing screamed in disbelief. She was the pride of the heavenly dragon clan. Long Mewing had always been very confident in her own strength, but now, she was actually suppressed by Lin Feng. Long Mewing could roughly sense Lin Feng's life aura. It was because she could sense Lin Feng's life aura that she found it even more difficult to accept. Lin Feng smiled and said, "With your little cultivation, it's really not enough. I'm so powerful and handsome, so you should be secretly happy. Now, do you agree?" "Agree my ass." Long Mewing snorted and attacked Lin Feng again. Myriad dragons destroying the world. Long Mewing attacked again, and this time, the attack was even more terrifying. Dense dragon shadows condensed in the void. Those illusory dragon shadows were turning into real ones. A destructive aura was emitted from the shadows of the dragons. Roar! 10,000 dragons roared. As if they could shatter the world with their roars, they quickly pounced on Lin Feng. Long Mewing seemed to be very satisfied with this ability of hers. She looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, "Let's see how you block my myriad dragons destroying the world. I came from beyond the heavens, and I control the Tao of all worlds." Lin Feng continued walking forwards. His hands were constantly making hand seals. Rumble! A sacrificial river flew out and devoured the 10,000 dragons right away. The sacrificial river burned fiercely. The dragons' bodies were set ablaze. Lin Feng was becoming more and more adept at using this sacrificial technique. The dragons were sacrificed. Instead, they increased Lin Feng's strength. Lin Feng had already arrived in front of Long Mewing. He smiled and said, "Looks like your ability can't threaten me." As soon as his voice fell, Lin Feng stretched out his hand and lightly tapped Long Mewing's chest. Long Mewing's expression changed drastically. She wanted to quickly dodge Lin Feng's attack, but it was too late. Lin Feng's attack landed on Long Mewing's chest. In an instant, Long Mewing found that all the magic power in her body had been scattered. Chapter 23:10. Lin Feng looked at Long Mewing and said with a smile, "Did you expect to fall into my hands in the end?" Long Mewing's expression kept changing. She had indeed not expected to be captured by Lin Feng. Long Mewing said, "I'm not as skilled as you, so I lost to you. I don't want to say anything. You can leave now." "I can leave now? Hee. Aren't you being a little too casual with your words? How do you think we should settle the grudge between us?" As Lin Feng spoke, his right hand brushed across Long Mewing's beautiful face. Apart from having a fiery temper, this woman could be considered a peerless beauty. "What are you trying to do?" Long Mewing was someone who had been through a lot. She did not panic just because Lin Feng had captured her. On the contrary, she was still very calm. "I want to." Lin Feng looked at Long Muying's beautiful face and revealed a faint smile. Long Muying snorted. Don't even think about it. I won't agree to it. Won't agree to it? Won't agree to what? Lin Feng said in astonishment. Didn't you want to hit on me? I won't agree to it. Long Muying snorted. Oh damn. I was just joking, and you took it seriously? Look at you, a tomboy. You think I'll like you? Can you stop daydreaming? Even if you lie beside me, I won't have any reaction. In short, I don't like you. Lin Feng grinned. Bastard. What did you say? Long Muying immediately exploded. She looked at Lin Feng angrily, as if she wanted to tear Lin Feng into pieces. Long Muying admitted that she had a bad temper, but she would not admit that she was not beautiful enough. As long as she was a woman, she loved to be beautiful. And of course, Long Muying also loved beauty, not to mention that she was so beautiful. Now, she was actually called a tomboy by Lin Feng, and was even despised by Lin Feng. Naturally, she hated Lin Feng to the point of gnashing her teeth. Lin Feng said indifferently, Am I wrong? You don't even have 2 tails of meat on your body. You call that a woman? I'll kill you. Long Muying screamed and rushed towards Lin Feng. Although her current mana was imprisoned by Lin Feng, her body was still able to move. Now, she looked at Lin Feng with eyes that wished she could tear Lin Feng apart. Long Muying directly used her 9-in white bone claw to grab Lin Feng. Every woman probably knew how to use this move, and they were all very good at it. Lin Feng grabbed Long Muying's hands and pushed her body against the wall. This position was really ambiguous, and Long Muying's pretty face immediately turned red. Let go of me, or I'll kill you. Do you believe me? Long Muying threatened. She had never had such contact with a man before, so at this moment, her heart was filled with panic. However, Long Muying's strong personality still made her look very shrewish. She tried her best not to show the panic in her heart in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng said indifferently, Threatening me is useless. Now, I realize that a tomboy like you actually has a different flavor. Oomph. Long Muying snorted lightly, feeling a little smug in her heart. This guy wasn't blind after all. She had finally discovered her beauty. Before Long Muying could recover from her shock, Lin Feng's lips lightly touched Long Muying's red lips. Ha 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 ha. Then, Lin Feng laughed and rushed outside. With a wave of his right hand, the tightly shut door opened, and Lin Feng quickly rushed out. It was only then that Long Muying came back to her senses. Lin Feng, you bastard. You son of a bitch. Long Muying's pretty face was so red that it almost dripped blood. She kept wiping her lips with her hand. It seemed that she wanted to wipe off Lin Feng's aura as well. She stomped her feet until Lin Feng was completely out of sight. Long Muying stopped as well. Long Muying couldn't help but smile. This woman was born extremely beautiful. Now, she was smiling. She was as beautiful as a fairy who had fallen from the moon palace to the mortal world. This fellow is quite interesting. Lin Feng muttered to himself. Long Muying couldn't help but mutter. After leaving the island lord's mansion, Lin Feng returned to his residence. For the next few days, everything was very peaceful. The genius ranking battle was about to begin. More and more people were heading to the original ruins realm. The people of the Reincarnation Immortal sect also took the ancient ship to the original ruins realm. Waves were rolling on the sea. The sea was blue as far as the eye could see. Lin Feng, Fatso, and Little Donkey stood on the deck and admired the rolling waves. Fatso nudged Lin Feng and said, Little Lin Feng, look. Isn't that Chu Yashuan? This girl is really hot. She's looking at you. Lin Feng looked in the direction Fatso was pointing and saw Chu Yashuan. She was standing on the deck with a few of her fellow disciples, looking at the sea. After seeing Lin Feng, Chu Yashuan looked at Lin Feng with her big watery eyes. Just as the disciple had said, Chu Yashuan's appearance was comparable to the 10 fairies. The only thing that Chu Yashuan couldn't compare to the 10 fairies was her cultivation. After all, Chu Yashuan hadn't been cultivating for long. If other male disciples were to be fancied by a goddess like Chu Yashuan, they would probably faint from happiness. However, Lin Feng refused to interact with Chu Yashuan. To Chu Yashuan's friends, this was incomprehensible. However, there was a reason why Lin Feng refused to interact with Chu Yashuan. Chu Yashuan was a gentle and beautiful girl. A girl like her was suitable to find someone who would treat her well wholeheartedly. However, Lin Feng's personality was unrestrained. He wasn't suitable for Chu Yashuan. Moreover, Lin Feng wasn't a pervert. He wasn't the kind of person who would chase after beautiful girls. Lin Feng retracted his gaze and looked into the distance. He said, "Look, there are ancient ships and cultivators everywhere. I wonder how many cultivators will be attracted to the prodigy ranking this time?" The fatty said, "They will definitely be like carps crossing the river, countless. This time, the prodigy roll competition will definitely be unprecedentedly lively. I wonder if I will be able to make it into the top 100 and enter the paradise of the 9 continents." Lin Feng grinned and said, "With Brother Donkey around, what are you worried about?" Little Donkey was amused. He said, "That's right. Follow Brother Donkey and you won't harm your teammates." Brother Donkey was a master of golden sentences. He could say a few golden sentences from time to time. 10 days later, the ancient ship of the reincarnation immortal sect finally arrived outside the Yuanshu realm. Looking into the distance, in the depths of the sea, a vast and ancient world appeared before their eyes. The world was shrouded in restrictions. It was hazy and mysterious. This world was the famous Yuanshu realm. Chapter 23:11. The primordial ruins realm had its own rules. Those with a lifespan of more than 1,000 years could not enter. Therefore, only cultivators with a lifespan of less than 1,000 years could participate in the prodigy ranking. Currently, a large number of cultivators had gathered outside the primordial ruins realm, and there were countless experts of the younger generation. It was rare to see so many experts of the younger generation, but the prodigy ranking was too important. Therefore, many hidden geniuses had come this time. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk a deafening sound came from afar as a huge, ancient palace flew over. There was a golden plaque on top of the palace. The words, "Cloudy Palace," were written on it. Cloudy Palace? Is that one of the 12 immortal palaces of the Taishang immortal sect? Someone said in surprise. The 12 immortal palaces of the Taishang immortal sect were said to have descended from the heavenly realm. Therefore, they had endless wonders. Moreover, the 12 immortal palaces were closely related to the supreme immortal artifacts of the Taishang immortal sect. Wherever the 12 immortal palaces passed, the gods would avoid them and the demons would bow their heads. The Taishang immortal sect will probably have many young experts this time. Every time the prodigy ranking is held, the Taishang immortal sect will have shocking geniuses. For example, during the previous prodigy ranking, Dugu Ditian was only in his 20s at that time, right? He actually made it into the top 20. How unimaginable. I wonder if there's another genius as monstrous as Dugu Ditian this time? It's said that the Taishang immortal sect found a few holy children more than 10 years ago. They are extremely talented and have been heavily nurtured. They are probably as monstrous as Dugu Ditian. I wonder if Dugu Ditian will participate in the prodigy ranking this time. He's just the right age to participate in the next prodigy ranking. I'm not sure. Whether he will participate in the prodigy ranking this time depends on what Dugu Ditian thinks. After the people of the Taishang immortal sect arrived, many people began to discuss among themselves. The people of the supreme immortal sect did not come out of the Cloud Palace. After the experts of the supreme immortal sect arrived, many cultivators from the top forces arrived one after another. Top forces such as the Heavenly Tao Immortal Sect, the Sunset Immortal Sect, the Undying Immortal Sect, the Red Dust Immortal Sect, the 10,000 Arts Immortal Sect, the Sword Saint Immortal Sect, the Longevity Immortal Sect, and many others had sent their experts. Lin Feng paid attention to the Ascension Immortal Sect and the Immortal Sect. He had paid attention to the Ascension Celestial Sect because of Huang Fu Qing Tian. After all, Huang Fu Qing Tian's mother held great authority in the Ascension Celestial Sect. If he killed Huang Fu Qing Tian's mother would not let him off. Lin Feng was very curious about what kind of person Huang Fu Qing Tian's mother was. It was said that she was also a peerless beauty whose name shook the 9 prefectures. She had a dream. In the dream, she had interacted with the heavens and became pregnant. What a ridiculous thing, but it happened to be real. Lin Feng also wanted to meet this former goddess of the heavens, but he didn't have the chance to do so. Of course, if they did meet one day, both sides would draw their swords and fight to the death. Lin Feng paid attention to the Immortal sect mainly because he had heard that the Immortal sect was related to the Immortal clan. The Immortal clan was a clan with immortal divine blood flowing in their veins. Lin Feng also had immortal divine blood flowing in his veins. Lin Feng could not help but wonder if he was related to the Immortal clan. Or was his ancestor related to the Immortal clan? Therefore, Lin Feng wanted to find out more about the Immortal clan. He wanted to see if they were really related by blood. Moreover, Lin Feng wanted to know if the mysterious existence who descended from the sky and captured the members of the Lin clan was related to the Immortal sect or the Immortal clan. Moan. 9 flood dragons flew over from the distance. The 9-headed flood dragon pulled an ancient bronze chariot as it arrived. Around the bronze chariot were ancient war chariots. Several young cultivators stood on the ancient chariots. They are from the Mu clan of the divine realm of infinite desolation, someone said. The Mu clan of the heaven desolate region was a top clan among the ancient clans. They had a long history and were very powerful. The ancestor of the Mu clan was also one of the oldest experts of the older generation in the 9 regions. Back then, Lord Tortoise lost a bet with the ancestor of the Mu clan and sold Lin Feng to form a marriage alliance with the Mu clan. The one who was supposed to marry Lin Feng was the pearl of the Mu clan, Mu Xianling. However, Mu Xianling said that she would marry a heaven-defying genius who would rule the world in the future. Lin Feng was not worthy of Mu Xianling's attention. Of course, Lin Feng was not interested in Mu Xianling either. Therefore, the two of them broke off the engagement. The ancestor of the Mu clan then betrothed Mu Xianshi to Lin Feng. Mu Xianshi's talent and background were not as good as Mu Xianling's, but she was gentle and considerate. Lin Feng liked her. The group of people from the Mu clan stopped in the void. Lin Feng saw Mu Xianling and Mu Xiang'e on an ancient chariot from afar. Sister, isn't that Lin Feng? Mu Xiang'e's eyes were sharp. He pointed at Lin Feng, who was standing on the deck of the reincarnation immortal sect's ancient chariot. Mu Xianling glanced at Lin Feng and said indifferently, "So what if he is? In my eyes, he has nothing to do with a passerby." Mu Xiang'e had found trouble with Lin Feng before, but he was beaten up by Du Zhu. He was still traumatized. Said Mu Xiangu, "Sister, I don't think Lin Feng is a piece of trash. His guards are extremely strong. Besides, since Mu Xianshi replaced you and got married to Lin Feng, her social status in the clan has risen. She's even practicing cultivation with the ancestor now. You can see how important Mu Xianshi is to the clan. In the past, Mu Xianshi didn't have any social status in the clan. She was just a servant's daughter. She couldn't even compare to the daughter of a concubine." Mu Xianling said, "Maybe it's because of his master, Lord Turtle. It's said that he's very strong. However, how can this Lin Feng be compared to those top geniuses? In my eyes, he's just a nobody." Mu Xiang'e wanted to say something, but Mu Xianling said, "All right, let's not talk about him anymore." Mu Xiang'e could only nod and stop talking about him. More and more top powers arrived. There were even some hidden clans among them. The strength of these reclusive families was extremely terrifying. Ordinary people could not afford to offend them. Buzz! The magic lotus tore through the void and quickly flew out, surrounded by endless demonic qi. When Lin Feng saw the magic lotus, his eyes narrowed. The magic lotus should be Gongzi Yu's the magic lotus. He didn't expect that Gongzi Yu would also come. As the son of the Sky Demon Emperor, Gongzi Yu's talent was quite heaven-defying. This time, Gongzi Yu had secured a spot in the top 20. Lin Feng didn't think that there would be any problems. With Gongzi Yu's cultivation and treasures, even if Gongzi Yu entered the top 10 or even top 3, Lin Feng wouldn't make a fuss. Chapter 23:12. It's the demon world's the magic lotus. It's a sacred artifact of the demon world. Many major figures looked at the magic lotus with burning gazes. The magic lotus was a supreme demonic root nurtured by heaven and earth. The magic lotus could even nurture the strongest demons. It was a treasure that could drive anyone crazy. Gongzi Yu stepped out of the magic lotus. The magic lotus kept shrinking until it flew into Gongzi Yu's body. Who is he? How can he wield the magic lotus? Many people were puzzled. They did not know who Gongziyu was. Back then, Gongziyu had stirred up a storm in the Sky Martial continent, turning it into a bloodbath. However, after coming to the 9 prefectures, he kept a low profile. Thus, very few people knew who he was. Lin Feng knew about Gongziyu's background, but he would not reveal it. He should be an extraordinary figure in the demon world, right? He seems to be a heavenly demon. A heavenly demon? Is the ancient demon race here? I heard that the heavenly demons were created by the ancient demon race. I wonder if that's true? Nonsense. No matter how powerful the ancient demon race is, they can't possibly create a race as powerful as the heavenly demons. However, the ancient demon race did enslave the heavenly demons for a very long time. Later on, the heavenly demons gradually broke free from the ancient demon race's control. Many people whispered among themselves. In another direction, many figures were standing in a cloud of demonic mist. Those people were the experts of the ancient demon race. Back then, the heavenly demons were only slaves of the ancient demon race. Even now, the ancient demon race is unable to control the magic lotus. A heavenly demon descendant actually controls the magic lotus. How ironic. Enter the battlefield of geniuses, kill that person, and snatch the magic lotus. Yes. Following that, a group of people quickly answered. Do you see that? That person is a top-tier genius. My future husband will definitely be a heaven-defying genius like him. Mu Xianling pointed at Gongziyu. She stared at Gongziyu without blinking. Mu Xianling was surprised to see Gongziyu flying toward Lin Feng. Sister, what's going on? Why is that person flying toward Lin Feng? Is he going to greet Lin Feng? Mu Xianling asked. How is Lin Feng qualified to be greeted by such a top-tier expert? Said Mu Xianling while smiling coldly. Maybe Lin Feng has offended that person. Because that person is Lin Feng. Mu Xiang'a muttered in his heart. He instinctively felt that this matter wouldn't be so simple. Xianling Lin. Gongziyu looked at Lin Feng indifferently. If you're not dead, would I die before you? Lin Feng replied indifferently. In the Tianwu continent, the relationship between the two was like fire and water. Lin Feng's Samsara Devil Palace was even snatched from Gongziyu. However, so many years had passed. Now, in the 9 prefectures, Lin Feng and Gongziyu's relationship was no longer as bad as before. Furthermore, a few years ago, when they were celebrating the Red World Fairy's birthday, Lin Feng had once reached an agreement with Gongziyu. In the future, he would let Gongziyu use the magic lotus to sense the location of Mose Tianzuan's the magic lotus. Lin Feng intended to snatch Mose Tianzuan's the magic lotus. Gongziyu had also agreed. Gongziyu glanced at Lin Feng and said indifferently, I heard that you've already met the heavenly demon emperor's son? That's right. Why? Did he offend you? Lin Feng looked at Gongziyu and asked. No, he didn't. Gongziyu shook his head and said, however, the heavenly demon emperor's son has something that I need. What a coincidence. The heavenly demon emperor's son has something that I need as well. Lin Feng smiled. Gongziyu smiled and said, all right, we'll contact each other when the time comes. No problem. Lin Feng nodded. Following which, Gongziyu flew off into the distance. Although Mu Xiang'a had never seen Lin Feng in action, he had always felt that Lin Feng was not simple. When he saw Lin Feng chatting happily with Gongziyu, Mu Xiang'a quickly said, Lin Feng, said Mu Xiangu hastily. Sister, something's wrong? Lin Feng and the Demon Lotus Master are chatting happily. Are they friends? There's a saying that goes, like friends, like friends. Those who aren't in the same circle won't be able to blend in. Since Lin Feng is chatting happily with the Master of the Magic Lotus, doesn't that mean that Lin Feng is as strong as the Master of the Magic Lotus? Mu Xiang'a sneered and said, You're overthinking things. Do you think someone like Lin Feng is worthy? Do you think that you're on the same level as those top-notch young masters just because you can chat with them? Mu Xiang'a said gloomily, We're talking about Lin Feng. Why are you dragging me into this? 5 days later, a huge vortex appeared above the original ruins realm. Clearly, the gate to the original ruins realm was about to open. Wu Yong, the patriarch of the Reincarnation Immortal sect, gathered all the disciples who were participating in the Prodigy ranking tournament. He began explaining the rules and things to take note of. Wu Yong said, "The original Ruins realm is divided into 3 parts. The first part is called the 8 Heavens. There are many opportunities waiting to be found in the 8 Heavens. Once you enter the 8 Heavens, you must remember to collect as much Draconic Chi as possible. The Draconic Chi is equivalent to an entry ticket to the Prodigy training grounds. There will be more opportunities waiting to be found in the Prodigy training grounds. However, there are many treasures sealed in the Prodigy training grounds. Opening the seals will require Draconic Chi. Therefore, no matter what, don't forget to subdue the Draconic Chi you see and collect it. The more Draconic Chi you collect, the better." As for the third part of the original Ruins realm, it's called the Prodigy Tower. Very few people have made it this far. When the time comes, you must ascend the Prodigy Tower. Fatso asked, "What are the rewards for those who rank at the top?" "You'll be rewarded with providence. The higher you rank, the more providence you'll receive." Wu Yong said, "A cultivator's breakthrough required the support of providence. Some people had extremely strong accumulations, but they couldn't break through because they didn't have enough providence. It was too difficult to devour providence." Wu Yong continued, "Of course, there are other rewards aside from providence, such as the 3,000 Great Das, immortal techniques, immortal essences, and so on." Many people couldn't help but gasp when they heard Wu Yong's words. No wonder so many people were participating in the Prodigy ranking tournament. The rewards were too amazing. Wu Yong continued, "Most importantly, the top 100 of the Prodigy ranking can enter the 9 States Paradise. Legend has it that the 9 States Paradise can sense the door of everlasting life." Chapter 23:13. The legend of the door of everlasting life had a long history. It was related to the secret of immortality, so it was naturally an ability that everyone dreamed of. Moreover, it was rumored that the door of everlasting life had many other secrets. It was rumored that even the Tao of Fate was related to the door of everlasting life. The various opportunities in the primordial Ruins realm were extremely shocking. As long as one could obtain enough opportunities in the primordial Ruins realm, even if one did not obtain anything in the 9 continents immortal realm, there would be no regrets. Now that Lin Feng and the others understood the various rules of the Prodigy Roll Trial, they began to wait for the primordial Ruins realm to open. The huge vortex above the primordial Ruins realm became more and more real, gradually turning into a huge 8 trigrams array. The 8 trigrams array was connected to the first part of the primordial Ruins realm, the 8 Heavens. It was also the outermost region of the primordial Ruins realm. The 8 Heavens were like the 8 directions of the 8 trigrams array. They were scattered everywhere and somehow complemented the innate 8 trigrams. The cultivators who entered the 8 trigrams array would be teleported to a certain part of the 8 Heavens. Another 3 days passed, and the 8 trigrams array in the sky was completed. Everyone can enter the primordial Ruins realm in batches. A deep voice resounded between heaven and earth. Lin Feng was shocked. "This sounds like a voice coming from the primordial Ruins realm. Is there a guardian in the primordial Ruins realm?" Fatso said, "I heard that it's not a guardian, but a realm spirit." "A realm spirit?" Lin Feng was very surprised. Dharma treasures had weapon spirits and deities. It was normal for a small world like the primordial Ruins realm to have a realm spirit. It was just that realm spirits were very rare. Swoosh, swoosh. A dense crowd of cultivators rushed into the sky, fighting to be the first to enter. "You're blocking my way. You must have a death wish." Scram. Some of the cultivators there were more hot-tempered, and they quickly rushed forward, slapping the cultivators blocking their way and sending them flying. "How dare you touch someone from the Kanglan sect? Are you tired of living?" The companions of the cultivators who were sent flying roared and immediately rushed forward to beat up the cultivator who attacked them. Barf. The cultivator who attacked spat out a mouthful of blood, his face as pale as a sheet. Many people started fighting for the chance to enter the primordial Ruins realm. Swish, swish, swish. The 8 trigrams teleportation array activated. Divine light flashed, and the first batch of cultivators who stepped onto the 8 trigrams teleportation array were teleported out. Immediately after, Batch after batch of young cultivators flew towards the 8 trigrams teleportation array. After boarding the 8 trigrams teleportation array, they were teleported out. The Sky Demon Emperor's son stepped towards the 8 trigrams teleportation array. After seeing the son of the Sky Demon Emperor, many people avoided him like he was a snake or scorpion, not daring to approach him. The Sky Demon Emperor's son was just too intimidating. Lin Feng, I'll be waiting to meet you in the Origin Ruins world. At that time, I'll crush you like a bug. The son of the Sky Demon Emperor looked at Lin Feng indifferently. His eyes were full of contempt. He didn't put Lin Feng in his eyes at all. Then, the Sky Demon Emperor's son stepped into the 8 trigrams teleportation array and was teleported into the 8 heavens of the Primordial Ruins realm. Lin Feng is being targeted by the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son. Will he really be killed by the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son? Mu Xiang'a could not help but mutter. The son of the Sky Demon Emperor can crush him as easily as crushing an ant. Well, don't mention this person in front of me anymore. This person is just a passerby in my life. He doesn't have the qualifications to attract my attention at all, Mu Xianling said in a low voice. Mu Xianling then flew towards the 8 trigrams teleportation array. Mu Xiang'a and many other young elites from the Mu clan followed suit. These people were also teleported away. Not long after, Lin Feng, Fatso, Little Donkey, and many other disciples from the Reincarnation Immortal sect also boarded the 8 trigrams teleportation array. Swoosh! With a flash of light, Lin Feng felt himself being enveloped by a strange energy. In the next moment, Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. When Lin Feng reappeared, he found himself in a mountain forest. Towering trees could be seen everywhere in the forest. They were so large that it would take hundreds of people to wrap their arms around them. The heaven and earth spiritual energy here was extremely dense. It was 100 times denser than the heaven and earth spiritual energy in the outside world. Lin Feng was shocked. If he were to cultivate here, his cultivation speed would be 100 times faster than the outside world. The green grass adorns the mountain forest. The fresh flowers are so beautiful and moving. Today's sun is so bright and beautiful. I'm waiting for the arrival of my lover. Suddenly, Lin Feng heard a beautiful song coming from afar. He was extremely shocked. Who was singing? Lin Feng followed the song and walked forward. The mountain forest was extremely quiet. Only the song that reverberated in the forest did not dissipate. Among the green mountains and clear waters, I'm holding the hand of my lover, enjoying this rare peace. If it's really possible, how I wish this moment would last forever. The song was so beautiful. Even though it was the most beautiful celestial music, it could not be compared to the song in front of him. Lin Feng finally saw the woman who was singing. She was sitting in front of a pool. Her back was facing Lin Feng. It was a beautiful back view, with a head of beautiful black hair draped over her shoulders. Her slender waist could be grasped. Her feet were bare. Right now, her fair, jade-like feet had reached into the pool of water, and she was playfully paddling the pool water. She did not seem to have sensed Lin Feng's arrival. She was still singing. The wind blows away the haze, bringing hope. The wind blows away the leaves, bringing away the song. But my voice brought me my lover. The woman was still singing. Lin Feng was infected by the woman's singing. He was very eager to see what the woman looked like. Lin Feng was also very curious. Was he the lover that the woman was talking about? My lover, please come and hold my hand. I want to walk with you in the mountain forest. My lover, please come and hold my body. I want to feel the sound of your heart beating. My lover, please kiss my lips. I want to feel your warmth. The song became more and more erotic. It was slightly seductive. Lin Feng's eyes became more and more confused. The song contained a terrifying power. It made people lose themselves in it and unable to extricate themselves. Even someone as strong as Lin Feng's willpower. After listening to the song, he gradually lost himself. At this moment, Lin Feng saw the woman stand up and turn around. It was a breathtakingly beautiful face. That woman was like a fairy from the moon palace that had fallen into the mortal world. Chapter 23:14. She was so beautiful that when she opened her arms for a warm embrace, Who could bear to refuse such a small request from such a beautiful woman? I've been waiting for my lover, and now you've finally come. Her voice was very gentle, and her beautiful face had a warm smile on it that could warm people's hearts. Lin Feng's body was no longer under his control, and there was only one thought left in his mind. He wanted to embrace the fairy-like woman into his embrace, giving her warmth and comfort. However, when Lin Feng was halfway there, his eyelids twitched violently, and the archaic dragonesque elephant art started circulating at an unprecedented speed. A high-level cultivation technique like the archaic dragonesque elephant art had the ability to automatically protect its owner, just like the situation before him. Therefore, Lin Feng came back to his senses. He opened his eyes and immediately saw a scene that shocked him. What was in front of him was not a peerlessly beautiful fairy, but an extremely ugly monster. The monster had a human-like body, but it was covered in pitch-black hair. Its head was extremely ugly and huge, like the head of a toad. Its eyes flickered with a sinister gaze, giving people a chilling feeling. Seeing that Lin Feng had recovered, the ugly and terrifying existence directly pounced on Lin Feng. Lin Feng immediately used Sky Splitter, and a shocking saber light slashed out. The void was torn apart. Clang! Along with a sonorous and powerful collision sound, there was a loud sound. The monster's sharp claws slammed onto Lin Feng's saber light, breaking it apart. Then, the monster turned into a cloud of black smoke and rushed into the distance, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. That should be a Huanma, the demon lord said. A Huanma? What kind of creature is that? Lin Feng asked in surprise. This was the first time he had heard of a Huanma. Huanma is a kind of extremely cunning and evil earth demon. Huanma is best at all kinds of bewitching techniques and creating illusions, making people fall into an illusion and unable to extricate themselves. And the Huanma will often attack when the opponent is trapped in the illusion, killing the opponent in one blow. The demon lord said. Lin Feng said, "This kind of illusion demon is really quite strange." He didn't stop. He chose a direction and quickly flew away. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon roar came from afar. Lin Feng quickly rushed over. A black dragon flew out of a mountain range. The black dragon had locked onto a dozen cultivators. It's formed by dragon aura. Kill it! The dozen or so cultivators shouted excitedly. The black dragon was not made of flesh and blood. It was formed from the draconic chi of the Yuanshu realm. The draconic chi of the primordial ruins realm was rather special. After fusing with the power of the primordial ruins realm, it took on a physical form. Apart from the fact that they didn't have bodies of flesh and blood, these dragons were no different from real dragons. The strength of the dragon race was extremely strong. Although the cultivation bases of the 10+ cultivators were not weak, there was still a considerable gap between them and the black dragon. 7 or 8 cultivators were killed by the black dragon. The remaining few people fled in a sorry state. The black dragon swallowed the corpses one by one. These huge dragons formed from dragon chi could devour cultivators to increase their own cultivation. The black dragon was the same. After devouring the cultivators' corpses, its aura became much stronger than before. There's another human. I can sense your aura. There's no need to hide anymore. The black dragon's perception was very strong. It let out a series of roars, then opened its bloody mouth and spat out a ball of dragon breath in a direction. Boom! The dragon breath exploded in the forest. Lin Feng rushed out. He looked at the black dragon with a cold smile and said, "Your perception is not bad, and your cultivation is not weak. But you've met me today. You're destined to die." Lin Feng quickly flew toward the black dragon and activated the draconic elephant arm. Then, he punched the black dragon. The black dragon looked at Lin Feng icily and said, "Despicable little human. Surprisingly, you want to compete with a dragon in terms of physical strength? Do you want to die?" As the black dragon's voice fell, a loud rumbling sound could be heard. The black dragon's mountain-like claws slammed toward Lin Feng. A claw slammed down. It was as if it could shatter heaven and earth. Although the black dragon's physical body was not made of flesh and blood, its body was still formed from the origin of dragon energy. Therefore, It inherited the powerful characteristics of the dragon's physical body. Therefore, the black dragon was very confident in its physical body. Boom! The two sides collided fiercely. The violent sound of collision was heard. The black dragon's huge body was sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. Lin Feng's draconic elephant arm was already terrifying enough to destroy a planet. Now, Lin Feng's cultivation had increased greatly. The draconic elephant arm was even more powerful. Although the black dragon was tyrannical, it was still far from Lin Feng. Lin Feng took advantage of the situation and rushed forward. He punched 9 times in a row and directly blasted the black dragon's body. The black dragon's huge body turned into a ball of dragon energy. Lin Feng took out a spatial porcelain bottle and sealed the dragon energy inside. Ha ha ha! I finally got a ball of dragon energy. Lin Feng could not help but smile. He continued to collect dragon energy in the forest. Not long after, Lin Feng came to the side of a waterfall. Below the waterfall was a huge pool. In the pool, there were gray dragons floating. These gray dragons were also formed from dragon energy. There were a total of 12 gray dragons. These gray dragons had powerful senses. As soon as Lin Feng arrived, the gray dragons sensed him. The human is here. The human is here. Great, it's time for our hunt. The gray dragons began to roar loudly. The foreign cultivators wanted to collect dragon energy, and these dragons formed from dragon energy were also spying on the flesh and soul of the cultivators. This was because they could increase their strength by devouring the flesh and soul of the cultivators. Rumble. A series of loud noises were heard. The bodies of these gray dragons were abnormally huge. The shortest one was 300 to 400 meters long, and the longest one was close to 1,000 meters long. With so many gray dragons besieging him, Lin Feng's fighting spirit was also high. He rushed forward and engaged in a fierce battle with the 12 gray dragons. The two sides were locked in battle. Lin Feng's body was almost torn in half by the sharp claws of a gray dragon. The strength of these gray dragons was not bad. After a fierce battle, Lin Feng paid the price of being seriously injured. He killed the 12 gray dragons. After killing these gray dragons, he sealed all the dragon energy that they had turned into. At this time, streams of light flew over from the distance. A total of more than 20 cultivators descended from the sky. Chapter 23:15. These people had powerful auras. They were clearly experts. In truth, which of the cultivators who dared to participate in the genius ranking contest wasn't an expert? Not bad, kid. You actually killed 12 gray dragons by yourself. A young master in a golden brocade robe said with a faint smile. This person was exceptionally handsome. Lin Feng felt the urge to punch this guy's face until it was crippled. What's the matter? Lin Feng asked calmly. Hand over the dragon aura, and we'll let you go. If you don't, we'll make this place your burial ground. The young master in golden robe said. Lin Feng was already used to seeing two people fighting over treasures in the world of cultivators. Therefore, Lin Feng was still very calm when he encountered such a situation. A bunch of small fries like you want to snatch the dragon energy from me? Did you guys get kicked in the head by a donkey? Do you believe that I can squash you to death with just a flick of my finger? Lin Feng looked at the group with an arrogant tone. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the group exploded with anger. They had the advantage in numbers, and each of them was an expert. On the other hand, Lin Feng? He had just gone through a huge battle and had yet to recover from his injuries. Yet, he dared to look down on them. Everyone lived with a face. Buddha fights for a joss stick. Being looked down upon and ignored by Lin Feng, the group of young masters naturally couldn't tolerate this humiliation. A young master in blue coldly looked at Lin Feng and said, Kid, who do you think you are? How dare you act so arrogantly in front of us? Lin Feng pointed at the young master in blue and said, Just that sentence alone is enough for you to die 100 times over. However, on account of the heavens' benevolence, I won't kill you today. Kneel on the ground and kowtow to me 10 times, and I'll spare you. Otherwise, I'll beat you up so badly that even your mother won't be able to recognize you. Do you believe me? The corner of the young master's mouth twitched violently. He shouted angrily, Brat, How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? You're courting death. The blue-clothed young master leaped out and punched towards Lin Feng. Smack! Lin Feng moved as fast as lightning. He slapped the blue-clothed young master's face and sent him flying more than 10 meters away. PFFF. The blue-clothed young master spurted out blood in midair. There were a few teeth mixed in with the blood. Then, he fell to the ground with a plop, occasionally letting out miserable howls of pain. Lin Feng's slap just now almost slapped the blue-clothed young master half to death. This kid isn't simple. Everyone, let's attack him together. The golden-clothed young master's face suddenly sank, and he couldn't help but shout sternly. The golden-robed young master was clearly the leader of this group of people, and he was very convinced by this person's words. After hearing the golden-robed young master's words, the group of people immediately rushed towards Lin Feng. Clap, 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 clap. Lin Feng rushed into the crowd. Accompanied by the sound of slaps one after another, figures were sent flying backward. A bloody palm print appeared on each of their faces. Their faces were swollen, and they fell to the ground and wailed in pain. Lin Feng stepped on the golden-clothed young master's chest and looked down at him with an indifferent expression. You dare to snatch this young master's things with such little strength? You really don't know life from death. Now, tell me, how should I deal with you people? Should I just kill you? Or throw you into the beast lair to feed the beasts? Hearing Lin Feng's words, the golden-clothed young master and the others' faces turned green. Spare us, we were wrong. This young master, this big brother, this ancestor, please be magnanimous and forgive us. The golden-clothed young master and the others immediately begged. After all, there were a few experts in their group. For example, the golden-clothed young master was at the second layer of the giant god realm. Among the younger generation of cultivators, he could definitely be called a top-notch expert. Couldn't he walk sideways wherever he went? Aside from the golden-clothed young master, there were two other top-notch geniuses at the first layer of the giant god realm. The rest were also at the heavenly god realm. However, there were so many cultivators who could be called top-notch geniuses wherever they went. In front of Lin Feng, they didn't even have the strength to resist. These people weren't stupid. They naturally understood that this was because the gap between the two sides was too big, resulting in such an outcome. Now, the best thing to do was to beg for mercy. Although these people had powerful backing behind them, however, a power that could nurture a freakish genius like Lin Feng wouldn't be afraid of the power behind them. Moreover, using the power behind them to threaten Lin Feng was clearly a very stupid decision. If they angered Lin Feng and Lin Feng killed everyone in a fit of rage, then they would want to cry but have no tears. This kind of thing was not impossible. Therefore, these people began to beg for mercy. A real man knows when to yield and when not to. These people comforted themselves. Seeing that Lin Feng hadn't said anything, the golden-clothed young master immediately worried that Lin Feng had the intention to kill them. In the vast and boundless Yuanshu realm, they would have died in vain if they were killed. Therefore, the golden-clothed young master hurriedly said, "We are willing to contribute our dragon aura. Just contributing dragon aura isn't enough." Lin Feng said indifferently, "What else do you want?" The golden-clothed young master asked, "How about this? Contribute your storage rings as well, and I will spare your lives." Lin Feng said. The group of people suddenly looked like they wanted to cry but had no tears. However, in order to live, they could only obediently contribute their storage rings. It was a pity that the various treasures and wealth inside would now belong to someone else. At the thought of this, everyone felt like vomiting blood. This group of people collected a total of 5 clumps of dragon aura. It was quite good to be able to collect so much dragon aura in such a short time. After taking the dragon aura and their storage rings, Lin Feng flew into the distance. After Lin Feng left, the group of people heaved a sigh of relief. "My storage ring. My family's heirloom is inside," Yi Futian murmured. Then, someone wailed. "That's all my savings over the years. The treasures I accumulated through many fortuitous encounters. All my wealth is in the storage ring." "Me too. That guy is simply a bastard. He didn't leave anything for us." "Everyone, It's good enough that we are still alive. If we lose our treasures and wealth, we can still find more. If we lose our lives, then it's really over. Let's go and rob the next target. This time, we'll choose our targets properly. Chapter 23:16. Lin Feng checked the storage rings of these people and found that there were really a lot of good things inside. There were all kinds of magic treasures, origin crystals, heaven and earth treasures, and so on. It could be considered a windfall. In the next few days, Lin Feng had been looking for dragon chi everywhere. Not all of the dragon chi had turned into a giant dragon. Only the most powerful dragon chi had successfully transformed. Many of the dragon chi had not been able to transform into a giant dragon. And the dragon chi that had not transformed into a giant dragon was obviously easier to deal with. There were a total of 5 levels in the Heaven's Chosen Dojo. Entering the first level of the Heaven's Chosen Dojo required 100 strands of dragon chi. Entering the second level of the Heaven's Chosen Dojo required 200 strands of dragon chi. Entering the third level of the Heaven's Chosen Dojo required 300 strands of dragon chi. Entering the fourth level of the Heaven's Chosen Dojo required 400 strands of dragon chi. Entering the fifth level of the Heaven's Chosen Dojo required 500 strands of dragon chi. Adding it all together, it required 1,500 strands of dragon chi. This was only the dragon chi required to pass through the fifth level of the Heaven's Chosen Dojo. There were many opportunities in the Heaven's Chosen Dojo. For example, some ancient cultivators' caves, secret treasures, and so on. To open the seals of these places and obtain the opportunities within, one would also need a large amount of dragon chi. Therefore, at this stage, countless cultivators were trying their best to collect as much dragon chi as possible. Dragon chi was hard to find. There were too many cultivators. In order to obtain dragon chi, one could see cultivators killing each other everywhere. Lin Feng had also been robbed 5 or 6 times, but each time, the person who robbed him was beaten half to death by Lin Feng, and the dragon chi on his body was plundered by Lin Feng. Lin Feng found that he had only found 20 strands of dragon chi after desperately searching for dragon chi for several days. But after dealing with those cultivators who robbed him, he had snatched more than 40 strands of dragon chi from them. Lin Feng made a decision. He decided to be a robber with integrity. When Lin Feng participated in the Underground City's City Lord trial, he and Xian Yueling formed the fearsome male and female duo. They robbed cultivators of their golem hearts everywhere. Therefore, Lin Feng was no stranger to robbing. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of an intense battle rang out from the distant mountain forest. Lin Feng quickly flew over and found 2 groups of cultivators engaged in a fierce battle. The corpses of more than 10 cultivators lay on the ground. The eyes of both sides were completely bloodshot. These 2 groups of cultivators now had a total of 60 to 70 people. Their strength was balanced. Therefore, it was not easy to determine a winner in a short period of time. By the time the outcome of the battle was decided, more than half of them would have died. Lin Feng jumped out of the forest with the Wolverine's spiked mace on his shoulder. He shouted, "Stop robbing! Stop robbing! Hand over everything you have. Draconic chi, magic treasures, origin crystals, and everything else. I want all of them." When the cultivators from both sides heard Lin Feng's words, they were all stunned. Then, many people couldn't help but be speechless. Was this kid courting death? One person actually wanted to rob all of them. "Let's get rid of this brat first," a cultivator said. "That's right. Let's get rid of this reckless brat first, then we'll settle our grudges." A cultivator from another group of cultivators also said coldly, "Kill." Suddenly, the group of cultivators stopped fighting and roared as they charged towards Lin Feng. "It seems like you guys don't know how powerful I am." Lin Feng snorted coldly. He grabbed the Wolverine's spiked mace with both hands. He shouted loudly. He directly smashed the Wolverine's spiked mace on the ground. Rumble. All of a sudden, waves of destructive energy surged out, with Lin Feng as the center. The destructive energy spread out in all directions. Bang, bang, bang. The cultivators who surrounded Lin Feng were all sent flying. They all coughed up blood and their faces were as pale as paper. Lin Feng's attack was simply too powerful. It almost took the lives of these cultivators. Many people fell to the ground and wailed. They looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at a demon. Come, come, come. If you want to live, line up and hand over your storage rings. Lin Feng grinned and said. Many people wailed in their hearts. Who the hell is this guy? Why was he so sick? Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A few cultivators directly rushed into the sky, wanting to escape. They were obviously unwilling to hand over their storage rings. You're courting death. Lin Feng sneered and directly smashed the Wolverine's spiked mace. An invisible force surged out from the Wolverine's spiked mace. Then, it ruthlessly bombarded the bodies of those cultivators. Bang, bang, bang. Along with the dull sound of collision, there was a sound of collision. The bodies of those cultivators who tried to escape directly exploded, and they died on the spot. Lin Feng didn't feel pity for those cultivators. Cultivators had to go against the will of the heavens. Any cultivator who reached the pinnacle would have to step on white bones. Seeing that a few cultivators who tried to escape were instantly killed, the rest of the people also became much more obedient. Everyone obediently lined up and handed over their storage rings to Lin Feng. Many people's hearts were bleeding, but in order to live, they had to hand it over even if they didn't want to. The few of you, take off the storage rings of those dead cultivators and hand them to me. Lin Feng pointed at a few cultivators. A few cultivators hurriedly took off the storage rings of those dead cultivators and handed them to Lin Feng. Lin Feng took these people's storage rings and left. After Lin Feng left, these two groups of cultivators looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Lin Feng did not kill them. It was a blessing in disguise. In the next half a month, Lin Feng went around snatching the storage rings of cultivators. In just half a month, he collected more than 4,000 balls of dragon chi. On average, he could collect about 300 balls of dragon chi every day. This was much easier than searching for dragon chi himself. And in this area, there was another cultivator who was abnormally powerful. He was also robbing the dragon chi collected by other cultivators. This cultivator also had many followers around him. This cultivator called himself Young Master Long K. Dragon sparrows were the most ancient sacred beasts. Legend had it that dragon sparrows had the bloodline of innate life forms flowing in them, so they were abnormally terrifying. Since ancient times, whenever a dragon sparrow was born, it would definitely alarm everyone. This young Master Long K was one of the best in the younger generation of the dragon sparrow clan. Even though he wasn't the #1 genius in the heaven-defying realm, he was still a genius. He was ranked in the top 3 among the dragon sparrow clan. Young Master, it's said that someone discovered a mysterious dragon lake. There are many giant dragons living in that dragon lake. Those giant dragons are all transformed from dragon chi. Moreover, those giant dragons seem to be guarding a mysterious dragon cave. A cultivator said, "Oh, dragon cave? That's quite interesting." Young Master Long K soared into the sky and said, "Let's go and take a look at the dragon lake." "Young Master, please follow me," the cultivator said and led the way. Chapter 23:17. At night, heavy rain poured down. Lin Feng was hiding in a cave to avoid the rain. Bestial roars could be heard from time to time, reverberating through the forest and shaking the void for a long time. A beast with spikes all over its body was engaged in a fierce battle with another beast covered in armor. It was hard to tell who was the winner. Large areas of the forest were destroyed in the battle between the two beasts. Why are these two beasts fighting so fiercely? Are they fighting for something? Lin Feng looked at the two ferocious beasts in the distance. Those two ferocious beasts were extremely strong. Lin Feng was scared of them. The original Ruins realm was not a simple place. There were terrifying beasts everywhere, and the slightest carelessness could kill a cultivator in the original Ruins realm. Roar! The two beasts roared. Every ferocious beast exuded a wave of destructive power. Bang! 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 The two beasts fought even more fiercely as their huge claws clashed again and again. Every time they collided, it was as if the earth quaked and mountains shook. The two beasts were fighting fiercely. They were fighting with their lives on the line. "I'll go kill these two beasts and find out why they're fighting," Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. Just as he was about to take action, a ball of bloody light flew over from afar. It was a ball of demonic blood, emitting a terrifying aura as it shrouded the two beasts. Demonic blood. Lin Feng felt his scalp tingle when he saw the ball of demonic blood. This ball of demonic blood had chased after Lin Feng a few times before, so Lin Feng had a deep impression of it. Lin Feng did not know where the demonic blood came from, but it was extremely terrifying. Now that it had sneaked into the original ruins realm, it surprised him. However, demonic blood was not considered a living being, so it did not have a lifespan. This might be the reason why it could enter the original ruins realm. After seeing the demonic blood, Lin Feng concealed his aura completely. What would happen if the demonic blood saw him? It would definitely hunt him down all over the world. Roar! Roar! After being enveloped by the demonic blood, the two ferocious beasts roared furiously. The large number of ferocious beasts began to struggle violently, but their struggles were futile. Although the two ferocious beasts were powerful, they were unable to resist the demonic blood. Not only was the demonic blood powerful, it was also too demonic. He was an existence that was almost impossible to contend against. Under the attack of the demonic blood, the blood of the two ferocious beasts was completely devoured, and the two ferocious beasts turned into dried corpses. They are actually trying to snatch this item. A pleasantly surprised voice came from the demon blood. The demonic blood had a spirit. This should be the voice of the demon blood spirit. The demon blood spirit seemed to have obtained something inconceivable and was extremely excited. The demon blood flew into the distance. Lin Feng finally let out a long breath. But at this moment, the demonic blood suddenly stopped. Something's not right. I sense a familiar aura. The demon blood spirit's voice sounded again. Not good. He must have discovered my aura. This devil blood is really strange. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. Shua. He used the void travel technique and directly traveled more than a dozen miles. Not long after, the demonic blood caught up. Kikik, kid. So it's you. Looks like my senses were not wrong. Don't you think that we are fated? To think that we would actually encounter each other here. The demon blood spirit let out a sinister laughter. This laughter was even more unpleasant than the wailing of a malicious spirit, causing Lin Feng to shudder. Who the hell would be fated with you? I will walk my path, and you will cross your single-plank bridge. Stop following me. Lin Feng shouted when he saw the demon blood chasing after him. The demon blood spirit let out a strange laugh. If I don't devour such a powerful bloodline, I will be punished by the heavens. Lin Feng could not help but feel speechless. Damn it! There are so many powerful bloodlines out there. Why do you keep staring at me? There are indeed many powerful bloodlines out there. However, after such a long time, your bloodline is the strongest I have ever seen. There is no other bloodline stronger than yours. If I don't devour you, who should I devour? The demon blood said sinisterly. He did not hide his desire for Lin Feng's bloodline in the slightest. Right now, the only thing the demon blood wanted was to devour Lin Feng's bloodline. He had a feeling that if he could devour Lin Feng's bloodline, his cultivation would recover substantially. The demonic blood was too eager to regain the strength of its former glory. With his current strength, there were many things he could not do. This made the demon blood feel extremely sullen. Lin Feng flew for a long time, but he still could not shake off the demon blood. In the end, he had no choice but to take out a Void Dao platform. Originally, Lin Feng had 8 Void Dao platforms. However, he had used all 8 in order to avoid the Supremacy's pursuit. Because the materials needed to refine a Void Dao platform were too difficult to find, Lin Feng had only managed to find 1 piece of Divine Jade. Thus, he had refined the Void Dao platform in front of him. Lin Feng had not wanted to use the Void Dao platform. It was a treasure that could save his life at a critical moment. But now, to get rid of the demon blood, he had no choice but to use it. Whoosh! The Void Dao platform was activated, and Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. Void Dao platform. Damn it! Damn it! The demon blood roared angrily. In the next moment, Lin Feng appeared in a cave 100 miles away. As soon as he appeared, A scorching aura filled the air. A giant claw the size of a mountain descended from the sky, heading straight for Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the owner of the claw. It was a huge fire dragon. The Void Dao platform was a random teleportation. This time, Lin Feng was sent to the fire dragon's lair. Because of this, Lin Feng was attacked by the fire dragon. "Arm of the dragon elephant," shouted Lin Feng in a deep voice. He then threw a punch at the gigantic fire dragon. Bang! With the sound of a violent collision, the fire dragon was sent flying by Lin Feng. There was a loud crash. The fire dragon's huge body slammed into the surrounding rock walls. The fire dragon couldn't help but roar furiously. It opened its mouth and spat out dragon breath at Lin Feng. Lin Feng dodged the dragon's breath. The fire dragon spat out a dense cluster of fireballs at Lin Feng. The fire dragon was abnormally strong, but it was not Lin Feng's opponent. Lin Feng quickly rushed forward and punched the fire dragon 9 times in a row. Bang! Along with the sound of a violent collision, there was a loud sound. The fire dragon's huge body exploded, turning into a cloud of dragon chi. Lin Feng sealed the dragon chi formed by the fire dragon. Chapter 23:18. What was in the passageway? It was actually emitting such a scorching power. Lin Feng walked towards the passageway step by step. The heat wave was monstrous and swept over. The closer he got to the passageway, the more intense the heat wave became. Lin Feng was extremely shocked. When he reached the passageway, balls of flames ignited in the void. Flames of the void. Lin Feng looked at the balls of flames. He revealed a shocked expression. Void fire was usually a void fire caused by some kind of external force. This kind of external force included many things, such as some terrain, magic treasures, natural treasures, and so on. They could all form void fire. Void fire was actually produced in this place. It was obviously not simple. Moreover, the temperature was so high. The void fire produced here was probably incomparably powerful. Lin Feng walked in step by step. As he went deeper, the surrounding void started to distort slightly. Ordinary cultivators would find it difficult to withstand such a high temperature. Because the void fire was densely packed in the void, ordinary cultivators would have been burned to ashes long ago. Only cultivators like Lin Feng, who could control heavenly fire, could move unimpeded in such an environment. The passageway was very long and very winding. Suddenly, Lin Feng heard a rustling sound. It sounded like something was crawling quickly on the ground. After hearing this sound, Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly. It seemed like something was rushing out quickly. He looked inside warily and soon saw a dense crowd of fire scorpion ants crawling out. These fire scorpion ants had ant-like bodies and scorpion-like tails. Moreover, the scorpion tails were highly poisonous. Once stung by these ants, there was a high chance of death. The dense crowd of fire scorpion ants directly pounced on Lin Feng. There was an army of fire scorpion ants here. If he dared to barge in, he would definitely be eaten clean by the fire scorpion ants. Therefore, Lin Feng's expression turned solemn when he saw this scene. With so many fire scorpion ants, Lin Feng naturally had to be careful. He first took out the purple gold heavenly ball. The purple gold heavenly ball formed a defensive light shield, protecting Lin Feng from the fire scorpion ants' attacks. Then, Lin Feng took out 4 types of heavenly fire to attack these fire scorpion ants. What shocked Lin Feng was that the heavenly fire did not burn these fire scorpion ants to death. Fire scorpion ants were fire creatures born from fire. These fire creatures had a relatively big characteristic. These fire-type creatures could adapt to any kind of fire, even heavenly fire. Therefore, Lin Feng's heavenly fire could not burn the fire scorpion ants. The fire scorpion ants were already moving towards Lin Feng. They crawled all over Lin Feng's body. The fire scorpion ants were innumerable. Then, the fire scorpion ants started nibbling at Lin Feng's protective light. The teeth of the fire scorpion ants were extremely sharp. Kacha. Lin Feng's protective layer was cracking bit by bit. These fire scorpion ants are actually so powerful. Lin Feng was shocked. Then, he frowned. These fire scorpion ants were not easy to deal with. You can try using the white jade toad. It might be able to disperse the fire scorpion ants, said the demon lord. Lin Feng nodded and summoned the white jade toad. The white jade toad's main ability was to expel poison. Of course, the white jade toad also had extremely powerful combat strength. However, it had only evolved twice. Many heaven-defying abilities had yet to be awakened. Therefore, Lin Feng did not have much confidence in the white jade toad's ability to repel the fire scorpion ants. Croak, croak, croak. The white jade toad cried loudly after being summoned, as if trying to scare the fire scorpion ants away. However, the fire scorpion ants did not pay any attention to the white jade toad. Lin Feng could not help but smile bitterly. The white jade toad's deterrence did not seem to have any effect on these fire scorpion ants. If that was the case, he could only leave this tunnel. The white jade toad became angry. Croak, croak, croak. Then, the white jade toad cried out again. This time, the white jade toad used a special pronunciation rhythm. And this particular rhythm of pronunciation sounded very much like chanting an incantation. Of course, Lin Feng was not a toad, so he did not understand the toad's language. What he had just said was just his guess. However, Lin Feng seemed to have guessed correctly. As the white jade toad cried out, a terrifying fluctuation was emitted from its body. A mysterious magnetic field spread out. This magnetic field was called the poison domain. It was a powerful ability the white jade toad had obtained after its second evolution. The fire scorpion ants were enveloped by the white jade toad's poison domain. The fire scorpion ants' bodies began to dissolve. What a powerful ability! Lin Feng was shocked. The white jade toad was indeed worthy of being called a top-notch member of the Stone Clan. It had only evolved twice, and it was already so powerful. He really did not know how terrifying the white jade toad would be after its ninth evolution. The fire scorpion ants were severely injured, so they did not dare to continue attacking Lin Feng. Instead, they quickly scattered and fled in all directions. Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. The white jade toad looked at Lin Feng. It croaked 3 times, as if it was asking for credit. Lin Feng patted the white jade toad to encourage it. Then, he put the white jade toad into his mountain river ring. He continued to walk deeper into the tunnel. Without the threat of the fire scorpion ants, Lin Feng's path was unobstructed. Soon, he reached the deepest part of the tunnel. In the depths of the tunnel, there was a fiery red crystal floating in the void. The space around the fiery red crystal began to twist violently. Fiery sun crystal. The demon lord was shocked. What is this thing? Lin Feng asked in astonishment. This was the first time he had heard of the fiery sun crystal. The fiery sun crystal should be a very precious treasure. Otherwise, the demon lord would not be so shocked. The demon lord said, "This is a type of sun spirit. Moreover, it is an extremely rare sun spirit. It is also one of the best materials for refining magic treasures." Oh, one of the best materials for refining magic treasures? Does that mean this fiery sun crystal can increase the grade of magic treasures? Lin Feng said in astonishment. That's right. The fiery sun crystal can increase the grade of magic treasures. This is a treasure that everyone dreams of. You can use this treasure to refine your natal magic treasure, the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. The Demon Lord said. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Lin Feng's natal magic treasure, the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp, was still at the Heavenly Divine Weapon level. With this fiery sun crystal, the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp should be able to break through to the Giant Divine Weapon level. Chapter 23:19. The Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp was different from ordinary magic weapons, because the material used to forge the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp was too extraordinary. The Primal Chaos Origin Chi was integrated into the mysterious yellow origin. Such a material was enough to make the Great Emperor go crazy. If the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp was compared to a cultivator, then the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp was undoubtedly the most appropriate comparison to Lin Feng, because Lin Feng was able to challenge people of a higher level when his level was relatively low. The same was true for the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. Although Lin Feng's Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp was only a heavenly divine weapon, even a giant divine weapon was not a match for the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. Usually, Lin Feng rarely used the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp when facing enemies. That was because he had his own considerations. First, the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp was too precious. It was enough to make any cultivator go crazy. Although Lin Feng's cultivation was not weak, after all, it had not reached the point where he could look down on the heroes and be invincible. Now that the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp was exposed, it would attract the attention of many experts. At that time, there would definitely be many experts coming to kill Lin Feng and snatch the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp, because the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp had not become an Emperor weapon yet. So the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp had not been finalized. There was no imprint of the Emperor's power. At this time, the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp could still be dissolved and then turned into the purest Primal Chaos Origin Chi and mysterious Yellow Origin Chi. At that time, he could use the Primal Chaos Origin Chi and mysterious Yellow Origin Chi to temper his life source magic weapon. Many top experts would be very interested in this matter. Second, Lin Feng had always been using the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp to protect his soul, because he knew that if the body was destroyed, there might be a chance to seize a body and be reborn. If Lin Feng was destroyed, he would be doomed eternally. He wouldn't even have a corpse to bury. The soul was the foundation of a cultivator. Therefore, no matter when, protecting one's soul from harm was the most important thing. Lin Feng's soul had been attacked by powerful cultivators several times. But in the end, it was Lin Feng who defeated those powerful cultivator souls. Although there were many reasons, but there was an extremely important reason. That was, the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp played a key defensive role. Without the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp's defense, Lin Feng's soul might have already died. How could he resist those expert soul attacks? Upgrading the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp was naturally a very important matter for Lin Feng. This treasure was Lin Feng's life source magic weapon and was closely related to Lin Feng. For example, no matter how high the grade of the magic treasure Lin Feng had obtained through a fortuitous encounter was, it would still be extremely rare. To put it bluntly, it was just a worldly possession that could be snatched away at any time. Moreover, many high-grade magic treasures required a huge price to activate. However, the natal Dharma treasure was different. Activating one's natal magic treasure did not cost anything. A natal magic treasure was equivalent to a part of a cultivator's body. Unless the cultivator died, no one would be able to take away a cultivator's life source magic treasure. If Lin Feng's Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp could reach the level of a quasi-emperor weapon, the power released by Lin Feng's Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp was even greater than the power released by the Nine Devils diagram. This was the biggest difference between a natal magic weapon and a magic weapon obtained through a fortuitous encounter. Although the Nine Devils diagram's level was high, Lin Feng could only activate a part of the Nine Devils diagram's power. The Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp's level was not as high as the Nine Devils diagram, but Lin Feng could completely release the power of the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. Therefore, when Lin Feng activated the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp and the Nine Devils diagram, the power released by the natal magic weapon, the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp, was even more powerful. Lin Feng walked towards the fiery sun crystal step by step. Buzz! The fiery sun crystal vibrated and released a terrifying energy wave that swept towards Lin Feng. Each energy wave was extremely powerful. The fiery sun crystal seemed to be unwilling to be taken away by Lin Feng. Therefore, it began to attack Lin Feng, wanting to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered and swept his fist forward, shattering the energy wave released by the fiery sun crystal. Then, he grabbed the fiery sun crystal in his hand. The fiery sun crystal was worthy of being called the sun spirit. The temperature was incomparably hot. Lin Feng sensed that the temperature of the fiery sun crystal had probably reached more than 30,000 degrees Celsius. If an ordinary cultivator touched the fiery sun crystal, they would immediately be burned to ashes. However, Lin Feng had refined the heavenly fire. He was now immune to flames and high temperatures. Therefore, he was not afraid of the terrifying temperature of the fiery sun crystal. Lin Feng took out the primal demon cauldron and threw the fiery sun crystal into it. Then, the heavenly fire gushed out and flew into the primal demon cauldron. He began to refine the fiery sun crystal. The first step in refining a magic weapon was to smelt the materials. Now, Lin Feng needed to smelt the fiery sun crystal into a liquid. Then, he would refine it into the primal chaos ancient lamp. The fiery sun crystal itself was a sun spirit with the scorching attribute. Therefore, smelting it was not an easy task. However, Lin Feng used the 4 heavenly fires to refine the fiery sun crystal. Although the fiery sun crystal was difficult to melt, under Lin Feng's repeated smelting, it was gradually dissolved. After the fiery sun crystal had completely melted into a liquid, Lin Feng then took out the primal chaos ancient lamp. The primal chaos ancient lamp flew into the primal demon cauldron. The fiery sun crystal was poured onto the primal chaos ancient lamp. Then, it was gradually absorbed by the primal chaos ancient lamp. Time passed. In about a day's time, the primal chaos ancient lamp had transformed from a heavenly weapon to a giant god weapon. However, the primal chaos ancient lamp had only absorbed a small part of the fiery sun crystal's liquid. Clearly, the primal chaos ancient lamp could continue to evolve. This made Lin Feng very happy. The fiery sun crystal was indeed a top-grade sun spirit. Its effect was beyond imagination. Another 3 days passed. The primal chaos ancient lamp was about to undergo the most crucial transformation. This transformation was to evolve into a quasi-emperor weapon. Evolving a giant god weapon into a quasi-emperor weapon was a huge leap. It was incomparably difficult. Lin Feng was very clear about this. Once the transformation was successful, its power would undergo an earth-shattering change. Therefore, Lin Feng was very excited about the primal chaos ancient lamp's transformation. Of course, he knew that this was an extremely crucial moment. He could not afford to be careless in the slightest. The slightest mistake could cause the primal chaos ancient lamp's transformation to fail. The failure of a magic treasure's transformation was the same as the failure of a cultivator's breakthrough. If he wanted to transform again next time, the difficulty level would increase by 10 times or even dozens of times. At this moment, runes began to intertwine on the primal chaos ancient lamp. These runes were called Emperor runes. Emperor runes would appear on a quasi-emperor weapon. Therefore, the quasi-emperor weapon was extremely powerful because of these emperor runes. If a quasi-emperor weapon transformed into an emperor weapon, the emperor runes would transform into emperor runes. The emperor weapon's power would also increase tremendously. A total of 7 days and 7 nights passed. Densely packed emperor runes appeared on the primal chaos ancient lamp. The more emperor runes a quasi-emperor weapon had, the more powerful the quasi-emperor weapon would be. As a magic treasure made of top-grade materials, the number of emperor runes on the primal chaos ancient lamp was unbelievable. Buzz. Waves of terrifying energy surged out. The densely packed emperor runes shook and released billions of runes. Finally. Chapter 23:20. Lin Feng stood proudly in the void. Not far away, there was a 10,000-meter-tall mountain. Lin Feng took out the primal chaos ancient lamp. Swoosh! The primal chaos ancient lamp shot out a beam of primal chaos light. Bang! Along with the sound of a violent collision, there was a loud sound. The 10,000-meter-tall mountain exploded. Ha ha ha, not bad, not bad. The power of the primal chaos ancient lamp is indeed strong. Lin Feng laughed out loud. He was overjoyed that the primal chaos ancient lamp had evolved into a boundary emperor weapon. Of course, what excited Lin Feng the most was the transformation of the primal chaos ancient lamp. It had made a real leap. Next, the primal chaos ancient lamp might become a real emperor weapon. If his natal treasure became an emperor weapon, it would be terrifying. He would be able to kill gods and demons. Unless he met a great emperor-level expert, Lin Feng would not be a match for him. Otherwise, it did not matter how many years he was an antique. It did not matter if he was the son of a great emperor or a saint emperor. He would kill all of them. Lin Feng kept the primal chaos ancient lamp. Then, he flew into the distance. During this period of time, Lin Feng had been refining the primal chaos ancient lamp in seclusion. He realized that his stomach was rumbling with hunger. Coincidentally, he saw an evil dragon and a ferocious tiger fighting by the lake. He rushed over and killed both of them. With the tiger in his hand, he carried the evil dragon on his shoulder. He quickly flew into the distance. A bonfire rose in the forest. The flames burned fiercely, illuminating Lin Feng's handsome face red. Lin Feng made barbecued meat, soup, and other delicacies that he was good at. He had all kinds of tools here, and they were all well stocked. So, as long as he had ingredients, he could cook delicacies anytime and anywhere. Lin Feng happened to be a glutton. Now that he had killed an evil dragon and a ferocious tiger, he naturally wanted to have a good meal. Bibi and the dragon rabbit could not help but fly out and start munching on the food. Swoosh! 5 cultivators flew over from afar. "Smells so good," a female cultivator said. When they saw Lin Feng enjoying delicious food in the mountain forest, they quickly flew over. Isn't that Lin Feng?" a cultivator said. "That's right, it's him." Another person said. The group consisted of 2 women and 3 men. They were from the Mu clan. Among the 2 women, the one who spoke earlier was called Mu Xianyun. He was also a direct descendant of the Mu family. The other woman was Mu Xianling. "It's really Lin Feng," Mu Xianyun said and stuck out her tongue. She had originally planned to freeload some food. But when he thought about the relationship between Lin Feng and Mu Xianling, he gave up on this idea. The other 3 male cultivators were called Mu Xiansen, Mu Xianfei, and Mu Xianchong. The 3 of them didn't say anything else. "Why don't we leave?" Mu Xianyun looked at Mu Xianling and said. These people were all led by Mu Xianling. Mu Xianling could be ranked in the top 5 of the Mu clan's younger generation. That was the reason why Mu Xianling was acting so high and mighty. Lin Feng glanced at Mu Xianling and the others, then retracted his gaze as if he didn't see them. He didn't have a good impression of Mu Xianling, so he naturally wouldn't greet her. Everyone else is searching for dragon chi and fortuitous encounters, but you're here cooking. Are you planning to give up on yourself? But thinking about it, people like you won't have any achievements no matter how hard you work. You might as well give up and enjoy life. Mu Xianling looked at Lin Feng with disdain. She was extremely glad that she had broken off the engagement with Lin Feng. Lin Feng glanced at Mu Xianling and said indifferently, "What does what I do have to do with you? Don't think too highly of yourself." Hee. Continue to be stubborn. I can't be bothered to talk so much nonsense with you. This is an insult to my status. Let's go. Mu Xianling glanced at the others and took the lead to fly into the distance. The others looked at Lin Feng apologetically. They didn't have any grudges with Lin Feng. On the contrary, Lin Feng and Mu Xianshi were engaged, and they might be family in the future. Naturally, they didn't want their relationship with Lin Feng to be too strained. But they couldn't control Mu Xianling's thoughts. The few of them followed Mu Xianling and left quickly. What a self-righteous woman! Lin Feng shook his head speechlessly. After Mu Xianling left, Lin Feng continued to enjoy his delicacies. Bibi and Dragon Rabbit fell asleep after eating their fill. They were at an age that made people envious. Other than eating, they were either playing or sleeping. They were carefree. Lin Feng continued to search for dragon chi in the forest. He would rob any cultivators who didn't have eyes. A day later, there were intense fluctuations in the forest. There were cultivators fighting. Lin Feng flew over and found more than 10 cultivators attacking a woman. That woman had a graceful figure. She was so perfect that it was suffocating. Furthermore, she had a beautiful face that could be broken by a single blow. When Lin Feng saw the woman's appearance, he immediately revealed an extremely shocked expression. Hu Mei Xian. It was actually this woman. Lin Feng's impression of this woman was too deep. Back then, in the ancient battlefield of gods and devils in Sky Martial Continent, Lin Feng got to know this demon girl. At that time, this demon girl left an extremely deep impression on Lin Feng. Powerful, beautiful, charming, mysterious. At that time, Lin Feng's cultivation was still relatively weak. In front of Hu Mei Xian, he could be described as weak. Many years had passed. Lin Feng had already become a powerhouse of a region. He was no longer the weak Lin Feng from back then. And Hu Mei Xian, she was as beautiful and charming as ever. Demon girl, that treasure is ours, and you are also ours. The leader of the cultivators immediately let out a series of malicious voices. Hu Mei Xian was such a peerless beauty. It was indeed easy to attract the attention of many people. And these people in front of him were obviously not only coveting Hu Mei Xian's treasure, They were also coveting Hu Mei Xian's beauty. So many years have passed, I wonder how Hu Mei Xian's cultivation is now? Lin Feng frowned slightly. Hu Mei Xian was too powerful back then, but at that time, it was still in Sky Martial Continent and could not be compared to the 9 provinces. So Lin Feng did not know what cultivation level Hu Mei Xian was at now. He did not immediately take action, but observed in the dark. If Hu Mei Xian was not a match for these people, at that time, it would not be too late to take action. If Hu Mei Xian was a match for these people, he could also take the opportunity to observe Hu Mei Xian's current cultivation. A bunch of reckless fools. Yi Fuqian sneered. Hu Mei Xian curled her lips with a look of disdain. This woman was as arrogant as ever. The group of cultivators' faces suddenly sank. When we capture you later, you'll know how powerful we are. Chapter 23-21. The attacks of the group of cultivators were very unique. Clearly, they had coordinated their attacks countless times. Thus, each of their attacks was able to complement the attacks of the others. Therefore, it was very difficult to find a flaw in the attacks of so many experts. There were 2 ways to break their combined attack. The first method was to use violence to curb violence. The second method was to look for flaws. Using violence to curb violence was simply direct and crude. That was to crush these people's attacks with even greater combat power. It was easy to say, but it was really too difficult to do. 1 against many was already full of disadvantages. In order to defeat the other party, one would need extremely heaven-defying battle prowess. The second method might work, but it also required a keen sense of observation. During the battle, he would find the opponent's weak point and then strike it with a sure kill strike, breaking their combined attack technique. Hu Mei Xian was a genius. When she was young, she was already a famous figure in the Sky Martial Continent. Now that so many years had passed, perhaps only Hu Mei Xian herself knew how much she had grown. Facing the besiegement of a group of experts, Hu Mei Xian coldly snorted, and then coldly said, "A group of self-righteous people who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." Boom! Following an intense shockwave, Charming Fox attacked. Destructive shockwaves spread out from her body. Those shockwaves were enough to cause people's expressions to change. Charming Fox Immortal is indeed the same Charming Fox Immortal from before. Her cultivation is abnormally strong. The Charming Fox Immortal chose to deal with this group of people in a direct manner. A 7-colored ball of light condensed in Hu Mei Xian's hands. The rainbow light ball was taken out by Charming Fox Immortal. Then, the 7-colored ball of light turned into 7-colored beasts in the air. That kind of ferocious beast was very strange. It looked like a dragon but not a dragon, a lion but not a lion, a tiger but not a tiger, and a deer but not a deer. Although those ferocious beasts looked strange, their cultivations were abnormally terrifying. Rumble, ferocious beasts began to gallop in the void. The void shook violently. The ferocious beasts stepped on the void. Even the void was shattered. The attacks unleashed by the tens of cultivators were all crushed by the ferocious beasts. Retreat. A group of cultivators cried out in horror. It was only at this moment that they realized how powerful the Charming Fox Immortal was. But it was too late to retreat now. The attacks of the Charming Fox Immortal were simply too powerful. The condensed 7-colored ferocious beasts trampled through the void, destroying everything in their path, including those cultivators. Their bodies directly collapsed. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen cultivators had died. Charming Fox Immortal's attack dissipated. After collecting the storage rings of more than 10 cultivators, she was about to leave. Suddenly, the Charming Fox Immortal looked in the direction where Lin Feng was hiding and said with a charming smile, "Your Excellency has hidden very deeply. You must have been hiding for a long time, right? Show yourself." Waves after waves of violent fluctuations were emitted from Hu Mei Xian's hands. Clearly, the Charming Fox Immortal was ready for battle. Lin Feng did not continue to hide. He flew out, looked at her, and said, "Xian do you still remember me?" Hu Mei Xian slightly frowned and said, "Who are you? How dare you call me Xian When Lin Feng and Hu Mei Xian first met, Lin Feng was only a 15 or 16-year-old youth. Many years had passed since then. Lin Feng's appearance had changed quite a bit. That was why Hu Meixian did not recognize Lin Feng at first glance. Lin Feng said, "In the ancient battlefield of gods and demons, you even snatched my roasted meat? It's you." Hu Meixian's eyes suddenly lit up. She thought of what had happened in the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. Later on, she heard some rumors about Lin Feng, but she later heard that Lin Feng had died. Then, she came to the 9 states. Lin Feng nodded and said, "That's right, it's me. I didn't expect to meet you here." Hu Meixian smiled. This woman's smile was so beautiful that it was suffocating. She said, "Back then, I thought you were dead. Looks like not only are you not dead, you're living a very carefree life." Lin Feng said, "There's a saying that good people don't live long, but scourges live for 1,000 years. How can a scourge like me die so quickly?" Hu Meixian smiled and said, "That's a good saying. When did you come to the 9 states?" Said Lin Feng, "It's been more than 10 years. Did you join any sect?" Hu Meixian asked. "The Reincarnation Immortal Sect," Lin Feng said. Hu Meixian said, "The Reincarnation Immortal Sect seems to have a Lord Turtle, and he has some ties with us monsters. I once heard some old monsters talk about Lord Turtle in the ancient monster continent." Lin Feng said, "Hee. Lord Turtle is my master." Hu Meixian looked at Lin Feng in astonishment and said, "Rumor has it that Lord Turtle took in a disciple, and that disciple is called scum by the disciples of the sect. It's to the point where everyone wants to beat him up. So that person is you." Lin Feng said, "Don't listen to those rumors. Many of them are untrue. It's true that I'm Lord Turtle's disciple, but I'm loved by everyone in the sect. Everyone wants to beat me up. Such rumors can't be believed at all. I'm guessing that the person who spread these rumors must be someone who envies me." Hu Meixian smiled and said, "Is that true? Why do I feel that with your personality, it's very likely that you're just like the rumors say? You're simply a scum." Slander. They're definitely slandering me. I want to strongly condemn these people who slander me. Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim righteously. Hu Meixian smiled and said, "I'm going somewhere. Do you want to come with me?" "What place?" Lin Feng asked curiously. "Dragon's Pool." Hu Meixian said, "Dragon's Pool? What's that place?" Lin Feng asked, puzzled. This was the first time he had heard of Dragon's Pool. Hu Meixian said, "It's said that it's a place where dragons gather. Inside Dragon's Pool, the dragons seem to be guarding something." Lin Feng was shocked. Something that the dragons were guarding? It must be something extraordinary, right? "All right, let's go take a look at Dragon's Pool," Lin Feng said. Whoosh. Whoosh, Lin Feng and Hu Meixian flew in the direction of Dragon's Pool. Clearly, Hu Meixian had already found out the location of Dragon's Pool. They weren't too far away from it. 3 days later, they arrived at Dragon's Pool. Dragon's Pool was extremely large. Rather than calling it a pool, it was more like a lake. Mist lingered in Dragon's Pool. Visibility was very low. There were many cultivators scattered around. There were also cultivators flying into the depths of the dragon pond. Chapter 23-22. The great demonic god was actually that guy. His cultivation was heaven-defying, and he had once chased after Lin Feng. At that time, Lin Feng was still no match for the great demonic god, but that was no longer the case. The great demonic god was extremely flamboyant, but he was so strong that no one dared to provoke him. Thus, despite his arrogance, he still lived a carefree life. The prodigy ranking battle this time was extremely lively. All sorts of monsters had appeared, and they were currently scattered among the 8 heavens. They had yet to gather. Once they did, an intense battle would definitely break out. The Paragon Battle of Heaven's favorites was naturally eye-catching. Of course, the Paragon Battle of Heaven's favorites would most likely not start early. It was very likely that the final battle would only start when everyone reached the top of the Prodigy Tower. The great demonic god quickly flew towards the depths of the Dragon Pond. Lin Feng and Hu Meixian also entered the Dragon Pond. They flew for a long time, but apart from cultivators, they didn't find anything else. Many of the treasures in the Dragon Pond have already been taken away, and those giant dragons formed by Dragon Chi have all been killed. Now it's too difficult to find opportunities in the dragon pool. Many people in the dragon pond were discussing. They had been searching for a long time, but they hadn't found anything, so they were very depressed. There's also a dragon cave. That's the true secret of the dragon pond, but we'll just be throwing our lives away if we go there. Yeah, that's a place only the top experts are qualified to enter. Let's go, let's go. If we can't find anything in the dragon pond, let's go somewhere else. There's no need to hang ourselves on a tree. That's right. Let's go somewhere else and try our luck. Many cultivators flew outside and left the dragon pond. Lin Feng and Hu Meixian flew towards the depths of the dragon pond. They were very interested in the dragon cave. Look, that place should be where the dragon cave is, right? Lin Feng pointed towards the depths of the dragon pond. The place Lin Feng pointed at was filled with rolling black fog. From within the black fog, roars could be heard from time to time. At the same time, the roars of cultivators could also be heard. Someone was fighting in the dragon cave. Whoosh! Lin Feng and Hu Meixian quickly flew over. Inside the dragon cave, demonic light surged, covering the sky and the sun. It emitted waves of terrifying waves that made one's soul tremble. Within the demonic light, vaguely, he could see dozens of figures fighting against the creatures within the demonic light. The dragon cave is guarded by many powerful puppets. Many experts have been attacking for many days and destroyed many puppets. I estimate that the dragon cave's guardian puppets are not far away. It's just that I don't know what's in the dragon cave. It actually has so many powerful guardian puppets. I'm not sure about that. Everything will become clear after the dragon cave opens. Many people stood in the distance to watch the battle and did not choose to get close. Some cultivators were strong enough to participate in the battle of the dragon cave, but those cultivators did not participate. Obviously, he wanted to sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. After the people inside defeated the guardian puppets, they followed them in. The battle had been going on for many days. Not long after Lin Feng and Hu Meixian arrived, the battle ended. All of the guardian puppets were killed. The dragon cave's protective barrier was also completely destroyed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Immediately after, a number of figures flew quickly into the dragon cave and disappeared into it. Lin Feng and Hu Meixian also flew into the dragon cave. Just as they entered the dragon cave, a mass of demonic light surged. Someone attacked Lin Feng and attacked Lin Feng with a palm. Lin Feng's reaction was extremely fast. He turned around and attacked with a palm. Bang! Accompanied by a dull sound of collision, Lin Feng was sent flying by the powerful palm. The person who attacked was so strong that it shocked Lin Feng. At this time, Lin Feng saw clearly who the cultivator who attacked him was. It was none other than the great demonic god. Kid, your cultivation has improved. To think that you can block my palm. The great demonic god looked at Lin Feng with a sinister smile. Lin Feng looked at Hu Meixian and said, "Let's work together to kill this guy." Hu Meixian smiled and said, "That's a good idea. What are we waiting for? Let's just do it." The moment she said that, Lin Feng and Hu Meixian attacked, attacking the great demonic god from the left and right. The great demonic god sneered, "So what if it's 1 against 2? I can still crush the 2 of you." The great demonic god was extremely arrogant. He did not think much of Lin Feng and Hu Meixian. But when the two sides really started fighting, the great demonic god realized that something was wrong. Lin Feng and Hu Meixian's fighting strength was much stronger than he had imagined. After hundreds of rounds, Hu Meixian found an opportunity to send the great demonic god flying with a kick. As for Lin Feng, he activated the Dracophon arm and attacked the great demonic god. The great demonic god hastily blocked Lin Feng's attack. However, he was sent flying by Lin Feng. "Ha ha ha ha, great demonic god. I've noticed that your cultivation hasn't improved much over the years, but your bragging skills have improved." Lin Feng suddenly laughed. He quickly charged at the great demonic god. At the same time, Hu Meixian also charged at the great demonic god. 1 against 2. That's an unfair victory. There's nothing to be proud of, all right? The great demonic god snorted coldly. He did not want to admit that he had lost. Thus, he found an excuse for himself. But when he saw Lin Feng and Hu Meixian charging at him, The great demonic god turned and fled. Lin Feng was dumbfounded. The great demonic god was an extremely arrogant person. Why was he fleeing now? Lin Feng found it hard to believe that the great demonic god would do something like this. Great demonic god, when did you become a coward? Lin Feng shouted as he chased after the great demonic god. The great demonic god scolded him. You're the coward. Your whole family is cowards. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard the great demonic god's words. The great demonic god was probably the only person who could make running away sound so refreshing. The dragon cavern's tunnels extended in all directions, and the great demonic god quickly disappeared into them. It wasn't difficult to avoid being hunted down in this kind of passageway that extended in all directions. A treasure. A treasure. A top-tier true treasure has appeared in one of the stone chambers. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the depths of the cavern. It attracted many people's attention. Chapter 23:23. Such a violent fluctuation shocked the surrounding cultivators. They all rushed over, wanting to see what it was that could cause such a powerful fluctuation. Let's go and see what treasure it is, Lin Feng said. He and Humasian quickly rushed toward the stone room. Soon, the two entered the stone room. The stone room was very large, and there were about 200 to 300 people inside. It was very crowded. There was a huge beast head in the stone room. It was the head of a Swanee. A Swanee was the son of a dragon. A dragon had 9 sons. The 9 sons were different. Among the sons of a dragon, a Swanee was an extremely violent one. This kind of beast could still be seen in some ancient forests. However, the bloodline of those Swanee had long become impure. It was very difficult to restore the Swanee to its former glory. However, this Swanee was different. This Swanee was not made of flesh and blood. It was made of bronze. Only a huge head was exposed. Its eyes flashed with a cold light, and its ferocious aura was monstrous. Bronze Swanee. Lin Feng was shocked. This bronze Swanee only had a head exposed. He wondered if the person who created this bronze Swanee had only created a head, or did he create a complete bronze Swanee, and the other part of the bronze Swanee was hidden in the mountain? The bronze swan and I stared coldly at everyone who had entered the stone room. Lowly ants, this is not a place where you can intrude. Get out of here, all of you. It said in human language. A beast made of bronze can speak? Has it become a spirit? A demon soldier. It must have transformed into a demon soldier, right? It must have turned into a bronze form. Otherwise, how could it speak? That's right, it must be so. It belongs to whoever gets it. Many cultivators shouted, and then they began to fight for the bronze Swanee. Demon weapons were extremely precious to begin with. However, demon soldiers were also divided into different grades. Without a doubt, among the demon soldiers, the most precious were the demon soldiers transformed from bronze or stone tools. Many people believe that the bronze Swanee was a demon soldier made of bronze. Such a treasure was enough to make many people risk their lives. Pooh, pooh, pooh. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle. Tearing sounds could be heard one after another. Cultivators were killed one after another. Their corpses fell to the ground and blood flowed everywhere. Scram! All of you scram! The treasure is mine. Lin Feng roared and rushed towards the bronze Swanee. It would be even better if the bronze Swanee had a complete body. Lin Feng had heard that there was an ancient Taoist saint called Laozi who rode a green ox and was invincible. If he obtained the bronze Swanee, in that case, he would be able to ride the bronze swan and I in the future and be invincible throughout the heavens. The bronze Swanee was much cooler than Laozi's green ox. You're courting death. Many people cast sidelong glances at Lin Feng. Daring to snatch food from the tiger's mouth was simply courting death. Boom, boom, boom. Waves after waves of terrifying energy fluctuations swept through the world and surged out. A dense number of cultivators began attacking Lin Feng. All sorts of powerful divine abilities blasted towards Lin Feng. In the face of these terrifying attacks, Lin Feng waved his dragon elephant arm and smashed the surrounding cultivators' attacks with a punch. Then, All the cultivators around him were sent flying. Following that, Lin Feng quickly stepped towards the bronze swanee. That's the eternal and immortal path of purification. Lin Feng began chanting the incantation of the Great Purification Technique. The Great Purification Technique condensed the power of purification and lingered on Lin Feng's palm. Lin Feng slammed his palm towards the bronze swanee's head, wanting to directly purify it. This was the best way to do it once and for all. The bronze swanee was a demon soldier. Some of its characteristics were similar to cultivators. If he directly purified it, he could completely control the bronze swanee. But at that moment, the bronze swanee suddenly opened its bloody mouth. A huge ball of energy directly shot towards Lin Feng. Originally, Lin Feng thought that he could purify the bronze swanee. Therefore, he did not expect the bronze swanee to be preparing an attack. It was too late to dodge now. Bang! Lin Feng was sent flying by the energy ball spat out by the bronze swanee. He felt his blood boil. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, his physical body was strong enough to withstand the bronze swanee's attack. "Are you all right?" asked Meixian hastily, helping Lin Feng stand up. "I'm fine." Lin Feng shook his head. "Serves you right." The others looked at Lin Feng with a gloating expression. Then, those cultivators rushed towards the bronze swanee. Rumble, rumble. Suddenly, the entire stone room began to shake violently. Crack, crack. Then, the stone room's walls and ground began to crack. Roar. The bronze swanee let out an earth-shaking roar. Then, the walls collapsed. The bronze swanee's body was revealed. It was a body made of bronze and emitted a terrifying wave of energy. That wave was simply suffocating. The bronze swanee raised its huge claws and slapped at the surrounding cultivators. Bang, 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 bang. One cultivator after another was sent flying by the bronze swanee. Those cultivators' bodies exploded in midair and died on the spot. His death was simply too tragic. Not good. The bronze swanee is free. Let's go. Seeing this scene, many people were scared out of their wits and hurriedly rushed outside. Move, move. Don't block the way. Lin Feng shouted and squeezed through the crowd with Charming Fox. The bronze swanee was showing off its might. A single slap of its claws could kill a dozen or even dozens of people. Most importantly, the bronze swanee's body was not made of flesh and blood. It was made of mysterious bronze, and this bronze was almost indestructible. Therefore, the bronze swanee's defense was too strong. These cultivators' magic treasures and divine abilities could not cause any harm to the bronze swanee's body. This was also the reason why Lin Feng fled. The bronze swan and I was such a terrifying existence that it would be almost impossible to deal with it once it escaped. If he did not leave, staying would be suicide. Lin Feng and Charming Fox rushed all the way into the depths and finally got rid of the bronze swanee. When they passed by an intersection, Lin Feng suddenly felt a chill on his back. It was as if something unclean had appeared behind him. He could not help but be shocked. Then, he quickly turned around and looked behind him, but there was nothing behind him. Chapter 23-24. Lin Feng had always trusted his intuition. Therefore, that feeling just now should not be an illusion. However, Lin Feng really didn't notice anything, which made him feel puzzled. "Didn't you have a special feeling just now?" Lin Feng looked at Hu Meixian and asked. "A special feeling? Are you trying to say that there's something evil targeting us?" Hu Meixian was a very smart woman. Therefore, she immediately guessed what Lin Feng wanted to say. Her pretty face could not help but become serious. Lin Feng nodded and said, "No one has entered this place for so many years. Who knows what evil things might appear here? I just happen to have a treasure here," Hu Meixian said and took out an alms bowl. "What is that?" Lin Feng looked at Hu Meixian in astonishment. "My alms bowl is not simple. It was once used by Bodhidharma in the past. It has long been tainted with Bodhidharma's aura," Hu Meixian said. Bodhidharma was an extremely ancient existence in the history of Buddhism. This existence's cultivation was heaven-defying. It was said that in order to comprehend the Tao, he had sat under a Bodhi tree for 30 million years. Of course, this was just a legend. Whether it was true or not was already impossible to verify. However, the greatness of Bodhidharma was worthy of affirmation. In the Buddhist world, there were still Bodhidharma temples and Bodhidharma temples. The treasures used by Bodhidharma in the past were naturally extraordinary. They had long been tainted with Bodhidharma's Buddhist power. In spirits, ghosts, and other things would be restrained. Lin Feng also took out the ghost-raising jar. He didn't want anything to jump out of it. If Bodhidharma's alms bowl could not deal with those evil things, there was still his ghost-raising jar. The ghost-raising jar was a very powerful treasure. It could devour all kinds of evil ghosts, malicious ghosts, ominous ghosts, and so on. No ghost could hide from the ghost-raising jar. The two of them continued to walk deeper. When they took out the alms bowl and the ghost-raising jar left behind by Bodhidharma, Lin Feng immediately realized that the gloomy and cold aura had also disappeared. He said, "I can't sense that cold aura anymore. The thing in the dark seems to have left. It might really be a ghost. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so afraid of the thing in our hands. It's good that it left. We'll mind our own business as long as it doesn't provoke us." Hu Meixian said. Lin Feng nodded and continued to walk inside with Hu Meixian. Suddenly, an incomparably mournful scream came from the tunnel not far away. Lin Feng and Hu Meixian quickly rushed over. When they arrived here, more than 10 cultivators had already gathered at the scene of the incident. A cultivator was examining the corpse of a dead cultivator. "How did he die?" someone asked. The cultivator who inspected the corpse shook his head and said, "I didn't find any injuries." Some people felt that the cultivator must have been careless when he was inspecting, which was why he didn't find anything. Therefore, the cultivators also went forward to check, but they couldn't find anything wrong. "Isn't this death too strange?" someone said with a trembling voice. The unknown was the scariest thing. And obviously, the cultivator's strange death struck fear into everyone's hearts. Lin Feng said, "Everyone, make way. Let me take a look." Everyone made way. Lin Feng squatted next to the corpse and examined it, but he didn't find anything. Just as he was about to get up, he suddenly found a very faint green handprint behind the ear of the dead cultivator. "Look, there's a green handprint here." Lin Feng pointed at the green handprint and said, "That can't mean anything, right?" A cultivator said. Lin Feng said, "A normal handprint naturally can't mean anything, but this green handprint can mean the cause of death of this cultivator." "What do you mean?" Everyone looked at Lin Feng. "Most handprints that can leave behind a body are bruises. But look, what kind of bruise is this?" Lin Feng pointed at the green handprint and said, "There's a black aura in the green." A cultivator said, "A bruise has a dark purple blood print, but the green we see in front of us has a black aura. Under normal circumstances, there's only one possibility for such a strange phenomenon to occur." Lin Feng said, "What kind of situation would cause such a situation to occur?" Someone asked. "Ghosts." Lin Feng took a deep breath and said, "A ghost must have appeared. When ghosts kill people, they will have a black aura. So this green handprint with a black aura should be left behind by a ghost claw." Hearing the word ghost, many people couldn't help but gasp. Cultivators would also be afraid of these strange existences. "Brother, you mustn't joke with us," someone said. "Of course I'm not joking. Everyone, take out all the Buddhist treasures you have and carry them with you. Buddhist treasures can restrain ghosts. Perhaps they can scare away the ghosts hiding in the dark," Lin Feng said. Hearing Lin Feng's words, everyone took out their Buddhist treasures. This was a must-have. Many people would bring their Buddhist treasures when they go out, just in case they encounter ghosts. "We can't stay here for long. Let's go." Lin Feng looked at the charming fox immortal and said. This place made him feel very uneasy. The charming fox immortal nodded and went deeper into the cave with Lin Feng. "Since we've already gotten some treasures in the dragon cave, let's go out." "All right, let's leave this strange place," a cultivator said and went outside. There were also cultivators who went into other tunnels, not wanting to leave just like that. Suddenly, the ghost aura in the tunnel rolled. The ghost aura instantly drowned the cultivators. These cultivators' treasures didn't deter that terrifying ghost at all. They didn't even have the chance to scream before they were killed by the ghost. Something's not right. Something is approaching us, the charming fox immortal said. Her senses were very strong. She felt that something was wrong before Lin Feng did. Look behind us. Lin Feng pointed behind them. The charming fox immortal also turned to look, and her expression turned ugly. Behind them, darkness completely covered the tunnel. The ghost aura was eerie. The rolling ghost aura wanted to silently devour the two of them, but they noticed it first. Lin Feng and the charming fox immortal quickly retreated. But the ghost aura kept chasing after them. What is that? Suddenly, the charming fox immortal pointed at the ghost aura. Lin Feng looked carefully at the rolling ghost aura. He saw that a blood-stained white robe flew out from the rolling ghost aura. Chapter 23-25. The blood-stained white robe flew out of its own accord and floated in the ghost fog. It was too demonic and terrifying, making one's hair stand on end. Lin Feng's expression also became serious. The same went for the charming fox immortal. The unknown was often the most terrifying, just like what they saw in front of them. What they saw in front of them was unknown, making one's heart palpitate and horrified. What the hell is that? Lin Feng shouted in a deep voice. He still held the ghost-raising jar in his hand. The charming fox immortal held the alms bowl passed down by the ancient Buddha Bodhidharma. Lin Feng poured his powerful magic power into the ghost-raising jar. If the blood-stained white robe was related to the ghost, then the ghost-raising jar should be able to devour the blood-stained white robe. In fact, Lin Feng now suspected that there was a terrifying ghost that had a way to hide its body, and that ghost was now wearing a blood-stained white robe. But because the ghost could hide its body, they couldn't see the ghost's existence now, only the blood-stained white robe. Although the naked eye couldn't see the ghost's existence, the magic treasure should be able to sense it. Lin Feng activated the ghost-raising jar. The ghost-raising jar emitted a powerful devouring power that enveloped the blood-stained white robe. At this time, the blood-stained white robe suddenly shook in the air. A powerful force shook Lin Feng's body, sweeping directly onto Lin Feng's body. That powerful force. Lin Feng was blown away by the wind. Lin Feng felt his qi and blood churning, almost spitting out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with shock. Lin Feng didn't expect the blood-stained white robe to be so terrifying. It even hurt him, and the ghost-raising jar obviously didn't have any effect on the blood-stained white robe. This meant that the blood-stained white robe, it had nothing to do with the ghost. Otherwise, how could the ghost-raising jar not work? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. The situation in front of him was too strange. It gave him a bad feeling. The charming fox immortal activated the alms bowl in her hand. Namo Amitabha. Suddenly, an ancient voice came from the alms bowl. Immediately after, the figure of an ancient Buddha appeared. That ancient Buddha was very blurry. However, even though his body looked blurry, he was still able to make out what was going on. However, one could still feel the compassionate aura emanating from him. This was an accomplished monk. Ancient Buddha Dharma? Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. The Bodhidharma ancient Buddha appeared, manifesting the various worlds in the sky. It was as if a god had descended. With every step he took, a new world would appear beneath his feet. Wherever Bodhidharma passed, the darkness was dispelled, and the ghost chi also dissipated. The scene before his eyes was truly shocking. What a powerful alms bowl. It shows an illusion of Bodhidharma. I wonder if it can subdue the blood-colored white robe? Lin Feng couldn't help but look at Bodhidharma in shock. Bodhidharma walked towards the blood-red robe. His large hand reached out, grabbing at the blood-red robe. At this moment, the blood-red robe suddenly unleashed its might, fluttering in the air. When Bodhidharma approached the blood-red robe, the robe directly enveloped Bodhidharma. It wanted to envelop the blood-red robe. Seeing this, the charming fox immortal's pretty face changed slightly. She continued to activate the alms bowl in her hand. Swoosh! A light flashed. A divine light surged out of the alms bowl. The divine light entered Bodhidharma's body. Bodhidharma's body became dazzling. Chanting sounds could be heard, and a small world seemed to be formed within Bodhidharma's body. In that small world, 3,000 old monks were chanting Buddhist scriptures. Bang, bang, bang. Bodhidharma slapped the blood-red robe again and again, trying to destroy it completely. However, the blood-red robe was too powerful. Bodhidharma's every attack was blocked by the blood-red robe. Then, the blood-red robe directly enveloped Bodhidharma. Bodhidharma wanted to tear the robe apart, but after many attempts, he failed. Bodhidharma's strength was constantly weakening. Clearly, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long before being destroyed by the blood-red robe. "Let's go," Lin Feng said in a deep voice. The blood-red robe was too terrifying. There was no way to resist it. He didn't know what it was. Lin Feng didn't have any fighting spirit left. The best thing to do was to think of a way to escape. Charming Fox Immortal naturally knew that leaving was the best thing to do. Therefore, without hesitation, she rushed towards the depths with Lin Feng. However, at this moment, the ghostly qi in the depths was rolling, blocking their way out. The blood-red robe wanted to completely trap Lin Feng and Charming Fox Immortal. "We can't get out," Charming Fox Immortal said with a pale face. "Don't worry, I've already thought of a way," Lin Feng said. Charming Fox Immortal's eyes lit up when she heard Lin Feng. Swoosh! With a flash, a treasure flew out. It was Lin Feng's natal treasure, the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. Illuminating the way forward in the darkness, Lin Feng muttered to himself. The Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp emitted a dense light, illuminating the way forward. The origin of this treasure was very special. Lin Feng was trapped in the mysterious dark space created by the Door of Slaughter. An ancient lamp appeared in the darkness, illuminating the way forward. Only then did he and Long Yushi escape. Lin Feng was enlightened. Therefore, he forged the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. And now, the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp was extraordinary. Just like the mysterious ancient lamp in the dark space, it illuminated the way forward in the darkness, searching for a way out. Under the guidance of the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp, Lin Feng and Charming Fox Immortal rushed out of the ghostly qi. Lin Feng kept the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp and left quickly with Charming Fox Immortal. The two of them rushed into the depths. After a long time, they did not see the blood-red robe. Only then did the two of them let out a sigh of relief. Lin Feng said, "Previously, I felt that something was following us. It should be that blood-red robe." Charming Fox Immortal frowned. "I don't know what that blood-red robe is. It's too strange and too terrifying." Lin Feng said, "Fortunately, we've already gotten rid of the blood-red robe. Let's go directly to the depths of the Dragon Cave and see if there's anything good. Whether or not we can get anything good, we have to leave this place quickly. This Dragon Cave is too terrifying." Charming Fox Immortal nodded in agreement. The two of them quickly rushed into the depths of the Dragon Cave. The Dragon Cave was very huge. After 2 hours, the two of them arrived at the depths of the Dragon Cave. There was a huge stone room in the depths of the Dragon Cave. Chapter 23-26. The restrictions were powerful and would not be easy to break. Lin Feng saw a few powerful figures. One of them was a young man with a cold face and a terrifying aura. Even though Lin Feng had never seen that person before, this was the first time he had seen him. He could already sense how terrifying that person was. His aura was powerful and deep, making one feel suffocated. This cultivator was young Master Dragon Sparrow, the top prodigy of this ancient race. He was an existence that looked down on everyone. Lin Feng also saw the great demonic god. He was also studying the runes on the stone door. The grand formation is extraordinary. It seems that there might be something good in the stone room, Lin Feng said. Charming Fox said eagerly, "Let's run after we snatch the treasure." Lin Feng nodded. Although he was proficient in grand formations, he did not go forward. Those people were strong enough to break the formation, but it would take a longer time. "Zhou Tiantong is here," a loud voice rang out. Then, a green-robed man walked over, causing quite a commotion. "Who is he?" Someone who did not know Zhou Tiantong asked. "He's a genius of the Geomaster lineage. It's said that he has a heaven taboo body, which is the best physique for learning formations. When he was born, he was surrounded by countless runes. Although he's young, His attainments in formations have long surpassed many of the older generation experts of the Geomaster lineage. Heaven Taboo Body. Isn't that a legendary physique? Legend has it that those with the Heaven Taboo Body can comprehend any formation with ease. No formation can stump someone with such a physique. That's right. This is why the Heaven Taboo Body is extraordinary. Zhou Tiantong's comprehension of formations is not something ordinary people can compare to. With him making a move, I'm sure the stone door's restrictions will be broken soon. Many people were discussing in low voices. Lin Feng could not help but raise his eyebrows when he heard the discussions. Heaven Taboo Body? Zhou Tiantong? The successor of the Geomaster lineage? Lin Feng and the Geomaster's branch were enemies, and they would never rest until one of them was dead. He had not expected to meet the most outstanding successor of the Geomaster lineage here. Lin Feng had also heard of the Heaven Taboo physique before. It was said that when a person with this kind of constitution was born, they had already been branded with the most mysterious and ancient runes by the heavenly Tao. Therefore, their physiques were especially suitable for learning the Tao of formation runes. This kind of person's attainments in array formations were often far ahead of others. Brother Zhou, many of the cultivators lingering in front of the stone gate obviously knew Zhou Tiantong. When they saw Zhou Tiantong's arrival, they all saluted him. Zhou Tiantong returned the salute. Everyone stepped aside. Zhou Tiantong came before the stone door and carefully studied the array on it. And the formation above is indeed a little special, Zhou Tiantong said. It took him about 6 hours to break the array on the stone door. Rumble. After the formation was broken, the group of people began to push open the stone door. The stone door was pushed open gradually. When the stone door was pushed open, everyone rushed into the stone room. The stone chamber was extremely large. It was pitch black inside. Buzz, suddenly. Light rose from the darkness. Then, the luster gradually expanded and turned into 3 balls of light. There are treasures, many people exclaimed and then quickly flew toward the 3 balls of light. Roar. A high-pitched dragon's roar resounded. The 3 balls of light turned into 3 small golden dragons and let out a dragon's roar. Then, the 3 small golden dragons flew out as fast as lightning. Divine Dragon Tail Whip. The 3 small golden dragons swung their tails and whipped at the cultivators. Bang, 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 bang. One cultivator after another was sent flying by the small golden dragons. The small golden dragons were extraordinary. They possessed terrifying power that shocked and moved people. Lin Feng saw that the great demon god and young master Long Ke were sent flying by the small golden dragons. He immediately knew that it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to subdue these small golden dragons. At the very least, it was absolutely impossible to do it with brute force. Lin Feng directly took out the heaven-devouring jar. Then, he began to activate the heaven-devouring jar. Treasures. The heaven-devouring jar could devour everything. Moreover, the heaven-devouring jar's power had increased greatly after fusing with the third part of the jar. Not to mention treasures. Even cultivators could be devoured. There was nothing that the heaven-devouring jar couldn't devour. The heaven-devouring jar locked onto a small golden dragon and began to devour it. However, the small golden dragon was unwilling to be devoured just like that. Therefore, it began to struggle violently. However, the heaven-devouring jar was really powerful. The small golden dragon's struggle was futile. In the end, the small golden dragon was devoured by the heaven-devouring jar. On the other side, the charming fox immortal took out a mysterious Chinkuan bag. The Chinkuan bag Dharma treasure devoured a small golden dragon. The charming fox immortal also had many powerful Dharma treasures on her. The third small golden dragon was taken into a jade bottle by a mysterious cultivator in a black robe. Go! Lin Feng shouted in a deep voice and turned to rush outside. Where do you think you're going? The great demon god, young master Long Ke, and a dozen other cultivators locked onto Lin Feng. Their eyes were filled with coldness as they began to besiege Lin Feng. The charming fox immortal and the black-robed cultivator were also besieged by a dozen other cultivators. Bang, 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 There was a series of violent collisions. Lin Feng was completely suppressed by these people. The great demon god and young master Long Ke were too strong. In a one-on-one battle, Lin Feng might not be able to defeat the two of them. Moreover, he was now being attacked by a large group of people. The charming fox immortal and the black-robed cultivator were in the same situation. Roar, just as the situation was getting more and more dangerous, a loud roar came from outside. A huge bronze swan and eye quickly rushed into the stone room and waved its huge claws, killing one cultivator after another. Then, the bronze swan's mouth suddenly sucked, and the flesh and soul essence of all the dead cultivators were devoured by the bronze swan and eye. At the same time, the gloomy ghost chi covered the sky. In an instant, the stone room was sealed. A blood-red white robe appeared. Whoosh! The blood-red white robe floated in the ghost chi and fluttered. The blood-red white robe emitted waves of demonic and terrifying power. Any cultivator who was enveloped by the demonic power emitted by the blood-red white robe, their bodies instantly withered and turned into dried corpses. Many people who saw this scene were so frightened that their faces turned pale. Many of the experts who were besieging Lin Feng wanted to break out of the encirclement. Therefore, many people no longer continued to besiege Lin Feng. Instead, they chose to break out of the encirclement and quickly leave the stone room. Let's kill him first. Young Master Long Ke's voice was indifferent as he stepped toward Lin Feng. He did not want to let Lin Feng go just like that. You and I can kill him together, the great demon god said, and also charged toward Lin Feng. Chapter 23-27. The golden dragon wasn't a real golden dragon. It was formed by dragon chi, and there was something mysterious inside. Young Master Long Ke and the great demonic god had already seen it, although they didn't know what was inside. However, they were very clear that the thing inside the golden dragon was definitely extraordinary. The two of them had locked onto Lin Feng for a reason. The great demonic god had locked onto Lin Feng because he had fought with Lin Feng many times. Last time, he was suppressed by Lin Feng and the charming fox immortal. Thinking about it now, he still felt quite depressed and wanted to avenge himself. As for young Master Long Ke locking onto Lin Feng, it was because he felt that Lin Feng should be the weakest among the three of them. Everyone liked to pick on the soft persimmon. Young Master Long Ke was no exception. Dragon Sparrow Claw. Young Master Long Ke attacked, condensing a giant claw with a divine ability. The claw made a grabbing motion in the air, as if it could tear the world apart. Its power was extremely strong. Young Master Long Ke's cultivation was indeed terrifying. As for the great demonic god, he swept a heaven-shaking demonic fist toward Lin Feng. A punch shattered the void. Lin Feng used his draconic elephant arm and attacked the two of them at once. However, young Master Long Ke and the great demonic god were too powerful, and they directly sent Lin Feng flying. Lin Feng felt his blood boil, and he couldn't help but cough violently a few times. You actually ganged up on me. How shameless, Lin Feng cursed. The great demonic god rolled his eyes and said, You still have the nerve to call us shameless? You even ganged up on me with that woman before. Bullsh *T. It was the two of us who fought against you before, okay? Lin Feng shouted, shameless to the extreme. The great demonic god glared at Lin Feng fiercely and attacked Lin Feng again. Young Master Long Ke also attacked Lin Feng. Go to hell. Lin Feng took out hundreds of jade talismans and held them in his hand. Lin Feng was the successor of the Celestial Master's lineage. He was a top-notch spirit array master. Therefore, he had many jade talismans with powerful formations drawn on them. Once these jade talismans were used, its power would be incomparably terrifying. Lin Feng took out hundreds of jade talismans. Bang, bang, bang. The jade talismans exploded. F***CK. Despicable, shameless. The great demonic god and young Master Long Ke both cried out in frustration. They were made of flesh and blood. So many powerful jade talismans exploded. No matter how powerful their cultivation was, they would still be injured. The two of them hurriedly retreated to avoid the terrifying destructive power of the explosion. At the same time, the two of them summoned defensive magic treasures to protect themselves. Lin Feng took advantage of this opportunity to rush outside. The charming fox immortal and the black-robed cultivator had extraordinary means. He had already rushed out. The rest of the experts also broke through the encirclement. However, the bronze swan and I and the blood-stained white robe were truly formidable. Most of the cultivators were killed by the bronze swan and I and the blood-stained white-robed man. Only a few managed to escape. Lin Feng tore through the ghost chi and rushed outside. Whoosh! Behind him, the ghost chi was eerie as the blood-stained white-robed man chased after him. This guy has his eyes on me? Lin Feng couldn't help but look at the blood-stained white-robed man chasing after him gloomily. The blood-stained white-robed man was too strange, and he didn't know what it was. Lin Feng took out hundreds of jade talismans again and threw them at the blood-stained white-robed man chasing after him. Bang, bang, bang. The jade talismans exploded. Next, the blood-stained white-robed man was submerged in the explosion's energy, while Lin Feng quickly flew out of the dragon cave. When he was out of the dragon cave, Lin Feng chose a direction and quickly flew in. He didn't know where the charming fox immortal had run off to. This woman had escaped earlier than Lin Feng, so Lin Feng didn't have to worry about her safety. Originally, Lin Feng thought that he had completely gotten rid of the blood-stained white-robed man, but what made him depressed was that not long after, the blood-stained white-robed man appeared once again. "Big brother, did I offend you? Why are you staring at me and not letting me go?" Lin Feng looked at the blood-stained white-robed man gloomily. Walala! The blood-stained white-robed man floated in the ghost chi and fluttered. No one answered Lin Feng's question. What exactly was the blood-stained white-robed man? Lin Feng still didn't understand. He originally thought that the blood-stained white-robed man was actually a piece of clothing worn by a powerful ghost after hiding its body. But now, it seemed that things weren't that simple. The blood-stained white-robed man swept out a terrifying force towards Lin Feng. He didn't kill Lin Feng. The blood-stained white-robed man seemed unwilling to give up. This made Lin Feng extremely depressed. He dodged the blood-stained white-robed man's attack in a somewhat sorry state. "Heavenly fire, out!" Lin Feng shouted in a low voice and took out the 4 heavenly fires. Purple earthcore fire, black flame god-burning fire, golden dragon divine flames, hell netherworld fire. The 4 heavenly fires quickly flew towards the blood-stained white-robed man. Since the blood-stained white-robed man was made of cloth, the cloth was either made of hemp or silk. These things belonged to the wood element. Fire restrained wood. Therefore, Lin Feng's heavenly fire restrained the blood-stained white-robed man. When the 4 heavenly fires flew over, the blood-stained white-robed man quickly dodged the attacks of the 4 heavenly fires. "Aha!" Lin Feng laughed with his hands on his waist. Previously, he was chased so miserably by the blood-stained white-robed man. Now, he could finally suppress the blood-stained white-robed man. "I'll burn you to death, you bastard!" Lin Feng shouted and urged the 4 heavenly fires to launch wave after wave of attacks on the blood-stained white-robed man. The blood-stained white-robed man was really powerful. He dodged the attacks of the heavenly fire time and time again. Swish! Suddenly, a large amount of ghost chi gushed out. The ghost chi actually condensed into an illusory world. That illusory world, the yin chi, was dense. It directly swallowed the 4 heavenly fires that Lin Feng took out. The blood-stained white-robed man tore through the void. In the next moment, he arrived in front of Lin Feng and suddenly swept towards Lin Feng. This happened in the blink of an eye. It caught Lin Feng off guard. Bang! With a dull collision sound, Lin Feng was directly sent flying by the blood-stained white-robed man. Strong as his defense, he couldn't dodge the attack of the blood-stained white-robed man. Wah! Lin Feng couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as paper. Before Lin Feng could react, the blood-stained white-robed man had already flown towards Lin Feng. The blood-stained white-robed man quickly wrapped around Lin Feng. Lin Feng wanted to use the heaven patching technique, but found that the surrounding void had been completely imprisoned. The heaven patching technique couldn't be used. The ability of the blood-stained white-robed man was too terrifying. It restricted Lin Feng's heaven patching technique. Lin Feng condensed a dazzling blade light and swept towards the blood-stained white-robed man. He wanted to tear the blood-stained white-robed man. However, the blade light slashed on the blood-stained white-robed man, but couldn't cause any damage to it. The blood-stained white-robed man directly wrapped Lin Feng's body. Chapter 23-28. Lin Feng sensed an incredible coldness penetrating into his body. That coldness seemed to want to pull him into endless darkness and purgatory. This feeling was really terrible. Lin Feng smelled the scent of death. Lin Feng had seen the strange ability of the blood-stained white robe before. Those things that were covered by the blood-stained white robe were all turned into dried corpses. Lin Feng did not want to become a dried corpse. He struggled violently, but Lin Feng soon realized that no matter how hard he struggled, he could not break free from the shackles of the blood-stained white robe. The scariest thing was that he could feel his strength weakening. His consciousness was also becoming more and more blurry. This feeling was really terrible. Lin Feng felt that if this continued and he could not think of a way to deal with it, only death would await him. Of course, Lin Feng was not someone who would sit and wait for death. He quickly activated the Great Karma Technique, the 3,000 Great Das. This was the top supernatural power of Buddhism. All things in the world, all methods, all things, all Das, all spirits, all races, all have karma. Karma is inseparable from karma. Karma is inseparable from karma. The cycle of karma is endless. As Lin Feng activated the Great Karma Technique, mysterious voices resounded between heaven and earth. The power of karma poured out continuously. Then, it violently bombarded the blood-stained white robe. Tsk. After being hit by the power of karma, the blood-stained white robe emitted a burning smell. Obviously, the power of karma had caused damage to the blood-stained white robe. As expected of the third-ranked top Great Tao, the power of the Great Karma Technique was beyond imagination. The blood-stained white robe flung Lin Feng away. Ghost Chi poured out and destroyed the Great Karma Technique. Then, the blood-stained white robe tore through the void and left. Lin Feng let out a long breath. The blood-stained white robe was too terrifying. Although he was wary of the Great Karma Technique, the power of karma had not caused much damage to the blood-stained white robe in the previous exchange. Therefore, if the blood-stained white robe wanted to kill Lin Feng at the cost of his own life, perhaps he could really do it. However, the blood-stained white robe did not choose to end up with both sides suffering losses. Lin Feng withdrew his heavenly flame and quickly left. He found a secluded cave and set up several concealment formations to conceal the cave. Lin Feng activated his immortal divine body. His injuries were recovering rapidly. When his injuries were completely healed, Lin Feng took out the little golden dragon that had been sucked into the heaven-swallowing jar. Now, the little golden dragon had turned into a ball of dragon chi. Lin Feng discovered that there were 3 things wrapped in the dragon chi. The first item was a golden dragon bone. The golden dragon bone was engraved with runes. This is an origin bone, the dragon race's origin bone. It's very likely that it records the dragon race's top divine ability. The demon lord said in surprise. The top divine ability of the dragon clan was called dragon language divine ability. Of course, draconic mystical powers were also divided into different grades. The most powerful draconic divine ability had definitely reached the level of an immortal art. It was said that there was an ancestral dragon in the past who had mastered the most terrifying dragon language divine abilities. He had once performed a skill called Samsara Oblivion, the shattered and ethereal samsara world, burying countless foreign living beings within the samsara world. Lin Feng's inner sight entered the dragon bone. Following that, a large amount of information flowed into Lin Feng's mind. After a while, his eyes became clear. True Dragon Seal. It's actually such a legendary divine ability. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. The True Dragon Seal was rumored to be one of the top divine abilities of the dragon race. This divine ability was created by a true dragon great emperor. As an immortal art, this divine ability's power didn't need to be explained too much. But this immortal art had a special characteristic that no other immortal art could compare to. And that was, The true dragon great emperor who had created this divine ability had not only created the true dragon seal, but he had also created the true dragon seal. He also created the powerful treasure artifact that was the true dragon seal. Because of that, when the power of the true dragon seal combined with the true dragon seal magic treasure was released together, the true dragon seal was released. The combination of the thaumaturgy and treasure artifact would unleash an unprecedented amount of power. Of course, the true dragon seal was the true dragon race's most precious treasure that had been lost for many years. It's nowhere to be found. It's very difficult to find it. The only unfortunate thing about the true dragon seal that Lin Feng obtained was that it wasn't complete. The true dragon seal was divided into 9 scrolls. These scrolls were respectively: True Dragon in the Sky Dragon roars for miles, Twin Dragon takes water, Dragon fights in the wild, Hidden Dragon doesn't use, Frost descends, Dragon shakes the sun and moon, Ancestral Dragon descends, Myriad Dragons destroys the world. The 9 heavens of the true dragon seal contain 9 different offensive moves. Every attack could be transformed into a powerful true dragon Dharma seal. Once unleashed, the power would be enough to destroy the world. Lin Feng currently had the first 5 forms of the true dragon seal. These 5 forms were True Dragon in the Sky, Dragon roars for miles, Twin Dragon takes water, Dragon fights in the wild, and Hidden Dragon doesn't use. But he didn't get the remaining 4 forms. Frost descends, Dragon shakes the sun and moon, Ancestral Dragon descends, and Myriad Dragons destroys the world. The true dragon seal had 9 forms of seals, each more powerful than the other. The first form had already reached the level of half-immortal technique. When it reached the 5th form, Hidden Dragon doesn't use, it had already reached the level of immortal technique. And the power of the following 4 forms was even more powerful. The most terrifying thing was that the 9 forms of the true dragon seal could be fused into one. Once fused, the power would be so powerful that it would shock people. Lin Feng's face revealed an incomparably pleasantly surprised expression. This time, he had really obtained a heaven-defying opportunity. Taking the risk to snatch a small golden dragon, it really wasn't a risk for nothing. Lin Feng then looked at the second item. The second item was actually a sheepskin scroll, but there was nothing on this sheepskin scroll. Lin Feng checked it carefully and didn't find any clues. Something that could appear in the dragon cave was naturally a supreme treasure. The sheepskin scroll must also be such a treasure. It was just that Lin Feng hadn't discovered the secret of the sheepskin scroll yet. Lin Feng finally looked at the third treasure. This was a porcelain bottle with a seal on it. Roar. A series of dragon roars came out from the porcelain bottle. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. Could it be that there was a dragon spirit sealed in this porcelain bottle? He opened the seal on the porcelain bottle. Suddenly, a small blood-red dragon flew out. After the small blood-red dragon flew out, it actually emitted a rich medicinal fragrance. The small blood-red dragon quickly flew into the distance, wanting to escape. Dragon Blood Treasure Pill. After seeing the small blood-red dragon, the Demon Lord couldn't help but exclaim. Something that could make the Demon Lord so shocked was naturally not simple. Lin Feng waved his hand and directly suppressed the small blood-red dragon that wanted to escape. Chapter 23-29. The blood-colored dragon was immediately suppressed by Lin Feng and turned back into a blood-colored pill. This blood-colored pill was indeed the dragon blood pill. Lin Feng carefully observed the pill. He could feel the powerful undulations coming from the pill. The astonishing undulations made Lin Feng's heart beat faster. This dragon blood pill definitely contained an unimaginable amount of essence. Demon Lord, can I directly refine this dragon blood pill to increase my strength? Lin Feng asked. Of course you can. The Demon Lord said faintly. The dragon blood pill is infused with the essence of dragon blood and contains an unimaginable special effect. After refining it, it will have a huge effect on one's cultivation. Moreover, the essence of the dragon blood contained in the pill will not only help a cultivator increase their cultivation, but it can also greatly increase the strength of a cultivator's physical body. Lin Feng said in surprise, so powerful. It seems like this dragon blood pill is really an amazing treasure. Yes, the Demon Lord nodded and said, the dragon blood pill is extraordinary and extremely rare. To be able to obtain this pill is not a small fortune. Lin Feng swallowed the dragon blood pill in one gulp. Then, he began to circulate the immemorial dragonesque elephant art to refine the pill's medicinal power. Waves of powerful energy were refined and absorbed by Lin Feng. This pure energy was completely transformed into the purest source energy and was absorbed by Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng could feel his physical body continuously becoming stronger. Moreover, he felt that his magic power was also increasing by a large margin. The dragon blood pill was truly a treasure. While improving his physical body, while improving his magic power, two things at the same time without any delay. It was really too powerful. This made Lin Feng very shocked. He was also very excited. The dragon blood pill's effect had completely exceeded his expectations. Lin Feng's cultivation was currently at the 8th stage of the true god realm. On the other hand, Lin Feng's fleshly body was at the late stage of the giant god realm. The dragon blood pellet was so extraordinary. If it could help Lin Feng break through his realm and body, it could be said to be a pleasant surprise. Cultivators like Lin Feng had accumulated too much energy. Thus, it was difficult for them to make breakthroughs. However, once they made a breakthrough, their combat power would increase greatly. Therefore, after every breakthrough, Lin Feng's battle prowess would often receive an earth-shattering increase. As the energy of the dragon blood elixir was gradually absorbed by Lin Feng's body, Lin Feng felt that the magic power in his body was becoming stronger and purer. In addition to his own magic power, Lin Feng felt that his physical body was becoming more and more tyrannical. Finally, Lin Feng's body was the first to complete the transformation. From the late stage of the giant god realm, he had reached the peak of the giant god realm. He was only a step away from breaking through to the quasi-emperor realm. And Lin Feng's realm had also broken through from the 8th stage of the true god realm to the 9th stage of the true god realm. After breaking through, Lin Feng felt that his magic power had increased by leaps and bounds. I'm even closer to the heavenly god realm. Lin Feng's face revealed an ecstatic expression. The heavenly god realm was an extremely important realm for Lin Feng, because once he broke through to the heavenly god realm, Lin Feng would be able to activate his supreme domineering aura. Now, Lin Feng had two types of domineering aura. Although the epical domineering aura could evolve, it was only a transparent domineering aura now. It was still the first stage of domineering aura. One day in the future, the epical domineering aura might surpass the supreme domineering aura. But at the current stage, it was far from being comparable to Lin Feng's supreme domineering aura. Therefore, the supreme domineering aura was too important to Lin Feng. Activating the supreme domineering aura at the crucial moment was enough to reverse the situation in a life and death battle. Therefore, when Lin Feng saw that he was getting closer and closer to breaking through to the heavenly god realm, he could not help but be very excited. The huge harvest this time made Lin Feng very satisfied. After he came out of seclusion, he continued to be a bandit and went around robbing others of their dragon aura. As a bandit with moral integrity, Lin Feng basically did not rob beautiful female cultivators of their dragon aura. At most, he would tease those beautiful female cultivators. The targets that Lin Feng robbed were basically those male cultivators. Lin Feng sometimes lamented that he was too kind. What was wrong with beautiful female cultivators? He should treat all of them equally and rob them of everything. But he could not bear to do it. This was because the elite dojo would only open 3 months after the opening of the primordial ruins realm. Therefore, during these 3 months, everyone would try their best to find dragon aura in the 8 heavens, looking for opportunities. There were also many opportunities in the 8 heavens, just like the opportunities that Lin Feng had obtained previously. Whether one could obtain the opportunity they wanted in the 8 heavens naturally depended on luck and strength. On this day, when Lin Feng passed by a valley, he found 2 groups of cultivators engaged in a great battle. One group of cultivators had lost 8 or 9 people, and there were still 7 or 8 people struggling to hold on. The other group of cultivators seemed to have more than 20 people. There were too many cases of killing and robbing because Lin Feng was also doing this. Of course, Lin Feng basically only robbed and rarely killed people, so there was still some difference between him and these cultivators. The more than 20 cultivators surrounding those cultivators were obviously extremely extraordinary, and had an abnormally terrifying cultivation level because none of them had died. These people were wearing the Immortal sect's attire, so they were obviously from the Immortal sect. The Immortal sect might be related to the Immortal family, so Lin Feng would definitely have to cross paths with the Immortal sect in the future. Therefore, after seeing the cultivators of the Immortal sect, Lin Feng could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Brother-in-law? Help! Suddenly, someone shouted for help, interrupting Lin Feng's train of thought. Lin Feng looked over and found that the person speaking was a cultivator with disheveled hair and blood all over his body. Who are you? Why did you randomly call yourself brother-in-law? Lin Feng could not help but feel speechless. The cultivator hurriedly said, Brother-in-law, it's me, Mu Xiang'e. Mu Xiang'e? Lin Feng was very surprised. He had not expected this guy to be Mu Xiang'e. Mu Xiang'e's talent was considered good in the Mu clan. He was Mu Xinling's younger brother. Back then, he had come to find trouble with him, but Du Zhu had taught him a lesson. Before the primordial ruins world opened, Lin Feng had seen Mu Xiang'e from afar. However, at that time, Mu Xiang'e was dressed in white and looked handsome. On the other hand, Mu Xiang'e was now covered in blood. There was even a cut on his face, and blood kept flowing out. His face and neck were covered in blood. Moreover, this guy's hair was disheveled and covered half of his face, making him look like a bloody man. It was as if he had crawled out from a pile of corpses. He was worlds apart from the handsome young master from before. If Lin Feng did not take a closer look, he would not have believed that this wretched person in front of him was actually Mu Xiang'e. It's you. You've got the wrong person. I'm not your brother-in-law, Lin Feng said indifferently. He could not be bothered with Mu Xiang'e's life or death. He was Mu Xinling's younger brother. He was not Mu Xinshi's younger brother. So what did it have to do with him? He was not the savior of the world, so why should he save him? Chapter 23:30. Brother-in-law, I know of a place. There must be something you want there. As long as you save me, I will tell you where it is, Mu Xiang'e shouted when he saw that Lin Feng was about to leave. Lin Feng stopped and said, If you dare to lie to me, I will break your bones. I would never dare to lie to you. Mu Xiang'e exhaled deeply. Lin Feng flew over and glanced at the experts of the Undying Immortal sect. I am now officially informing you that I am going to rob you. Hand over all your treasures. The people of the Undying Immortal sect were stunned. Someone actually dared to rob them? Moreover, the other party was only one person. Was he looking down on them? Mu Xiang'e and the others were also dumbfounded. Mu Xiang'e asked Lin Feng for help because he thought that Lin Feng was the disciple of Lord Tortoise. He might have some powerful treasures on him. With the help of his treasures, he might be able to coordinate with them from the inside. Breaking out of the encirclement like this was highly probable. However, Mu Xiang'e did not expect Lin Feng to be so arrogant. He wanted to rob the people of the Undying Immortal sect the moment he arrived. Mu Xiang'e could not help but smile bitterly. If they offended the members of the Immortal Celestial sect, even if Lin Feng had incredible treasures, if the Immortal Celestial sect didn't let them go, a bloody battle would be unavoidable. At that time, it would be extremely difficult to escape. You really don't know the meaning of death. A triangular-eyed cultivator from the Undying Immortal sect looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, Only my Undying Immortal sect would rob others. How dare you rob my Undying Immortal sect? Do you not know how to write the word death? Lin Feng said, Trash like you? I can beat you to the ground with one hand. If you know what's good for you, hand over your storage rings. Don't force me to make a move. Mu Xiang'e and the others almost fell to the ground. Lin Feng was simply too arrogant. He was so arrogant that they could only smile bitterly. Right now, these people from the Immortal sect would definitely not let any of them go. Courting death, the triangular-eyed cultivator roared and leaped up. He raised his right hand and sent a palm strike towards Lin Feng. Rolling Thunder Palm. This palm strike was accompanied by the sound of rolling thunder. Waves after waves of destructive energy surged out. Just as the powerful palm was about to hit Lin Feng raised his right hand and slapped the triangular-eyed cultivator. Bang! The two sides collided, and the triangular-eyed cultivator was sent flying by Lin Feng as if he had been struck by lightning. Wow! In midair, he vomited large mouthfuls of blood. His face was as pale as paper. With a thud, he fell to the ground. His body could not help but twitch violently as he breathed out more than he breathed in. It was obvious that after taking Lin Feng's powerful palm strike, the triangular-eyed cultivator had suffered serious injuries. The power of Lin Feng's attack just now was simply too powerful. A clown dares to jump around in front of me? You're asking to be humiliated. The clown who attacked has already received the punishment he deserves. You clowns, why aren't you surrendering? Lin Feng glanced at the group of cultivators from the Immortal sect. Attack together. More than 20 cultivators from the Immortal sect all shouted coldly and rushed towards Lin Feng. Boom, boom, boom. All sorts of powerful sacred arts were unleashed. They all rushed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng stepped forward and waved his hand. A river of death flew out. Bang, bang, bang. Following one violent collision after another, the sound of violent collisions rang out. More than 20 cultivators from the Immortal sect were all swept away by the river of death. One by one, they fell to the ground and wailed. This is too powerful, isn't it? No wonder he's so arrogant. If I was that powerful, I would be even more arrogant than him. A few of the surviving cultivators began to discuss. These cultivators were temporarily grouped together for a mission. Everyone looked at Mu Xiang'e enviously. With such a powerful brother-in-law protecting him, Mu Xiang'e would definitely gain a lot in the original Ruins realm. Mu Xiang'e smiled bitterly in his heart. He did not expect Lin Feng to be so powerful. The cultivators from the Immortal sect were so powerful, but they could not even resist Lin Feng. Mu Xiang'e felt that everyone might have underestimated Lin Feng's strength, including his sister, Mu Xianling. Mu Xiang'e knew Mu Xianling too well. Mu Xianling wanted to marry a true heaven-defying monster. But obviously, Mu Xianling was extremely disdainful of Lin Feng, who had just made a name for himself. She felt that Lin Feng was not worthy of her. Mu Xiang'e had thought so too. Therefore, he went to find trouble with Lin Feng, hoping to make Lin Feng back off. But he did not expect that he would be beaten up by Du Zhu instead. Later on, Mu Xiang'e became much more well-behaved. Only now did he know that Lin Feng was so powerful. Now, Mu Xiang'e felt sorry for Mu Xianling. If he had known that Lin Feng was so powerful, wouldn't it have been better if he had agreed to the marriage back then? But now, it was all too late. Mu Xianling looked down on Lin Feng. Lin Feng did not like Mu Xianling either. Their marriage agreement had long been annulled. You should know how powerful our Immortal sect is. You dare to rob us. Do you know what the consequences are? The triangular-eyed cultivator looked at Lin Feng with a gloomy expression. As one of the top 10 immortal sects, the Immortal sect was naturally powerful. So what if you're from the Immortal sect? The law of the original Ruins realm is the survival of the fittest. Don't you even understand this? Lin Feng looked at the triangular-eyed cultivator indifferently. The triangular-eyed cultivator naturally understood this. Anything that happened in the original Ruins realm, even if one died, could only blame themselves for not being skilled enough. However, the triangular-eyed cultivator still wanted to use the power behind him to intimidate Lin Feng. Perhaps Lin Feng would let them go because he was afraid of the Immortal sect's reputation? But obviously, the triangular-eyed cultivator was wrong. Lin Feng was not afraid of the triangular-eyed cultivator just because he was from the Immortal sect. We can give you our storage rings, but please don't kill us. The triangular-eyed cultivator said the triangular-eyed cultivator. He just wanted to save his life from Lin Feng. Lin Feng said indifferently, that depends on whether these people are willing to cooperate with me. How can we cooperate with you? The triangular-eyed cultivator looked at Lin Feng in confusion. Lin Feng said, I'll ask you some questions. If you answer them well, I can spare your lives. If not, you can only meet the king of hell in the underworld. What questions? The triangular-eyed cultivator asked. Have you heard of the immortal divine body? Lin Feng asked. Upon hearing the words immortal divine body, the expressions of the immortal sect cultivators changed abruptly. Chapter 23:31 It was rumored that the Undying Immortal sect was related to the Undying Divine Body clan, but outsiders did not know if this rumor was true. However, from the changes in these people's expressions when they heard about the Undying Divine Body, it was clear that this rumor was not baseless. The triangular-eyed cultivator took a deep breath and said, "We have indeed heard of the Undying Divine Body, but why are you asking about this?" "I heard that the Undying Divine Body clan is related to the Undying Immortal sect. I wonder if this rumor is true?" Lin Feng asked. "We don't know about this, but it is said that the founder of the Undying Immortal sect had the Undying Divine Body. Moreover, it was a great accomplishment, Undying Divine Body, reaching the peak of the Emperor realm," the triangular-eyed cultivator said. "Does the Undying Immortal sect not have any rumors about the Undying Divine Body clan?" Lin Feng continued to ask. "There are some rumors, but it is not something that ordinary disciples like us can come into contact with. I even heard that there are a few extremely heaven-defying geniuses cultivating in a secret place. Some people say that those people are related to the Undying Divine Body clan, but I don't know if the rumors are true. Perhaps only the higher-ups of the Immortal sect know," the triangular-eyed cultivator said. Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly. It was unrealistic to want to find out about the Undying Divine Body clan from these young cultivators. "Hand over your storage ring and get the hell out of here," Lin Feng said indifferently. The group quickly handed their storage rings to Lin Feng and quickly left, not daring to stay any longer. They were worried that if they stayed any longer, they would not be able to leave even if they wanted to. After the group left, Lin Feng collected the storage rings of the dead cultivators. Then, he looked at Mu Xiang'e and the others and said, "Hand over your storage rings as well." The group of people was stunned. "We have to hand over our storage rings as well?" What was going on? Everyone looked at each other in dismay. "Didn't you hear? I told you to hand over your storage rings," Lin Feng said calmly. Everyone realized that Lin Feng wasn't joking. Then, everyone thought of the first words Lin Feng said to the cultivators of the Immortal sect, which was to rob them. So now we're being robbed too. Huh? Many people even had the thought of crying themselves to death. They looked at Mu Xiang'e. Previously, when Mu Xiang'e addressed Lin Feng as her brother-in-law, these cultivators were hoping that Mu Xiang'e would put in a few good words for him. However, Mu Xiang'e was also on the verge of tears. Because Mu Xiang'e knew he no longer had any relationship with Lin Feng. Mu Xiang'e obediently handed the storage ring to Lin Feng. When the others saw that Mu Xiang'e had surrendered, they all cursed Mu Xiang'e for being shameless in their hearts. Just now, when Mu Xiang'e called Lin Feng brother-in-law, it turned out that she really did call him brother-in-law. The others knew how powerful Lin Feng was. Therefore, he did not dare to refuse. One by one, they obediently handed over their storage rings to Lin Feng. Then, Lin Feng asked these people to leave. Mu Xiang'e stayed behind. Lin Feng said calmly, "You said that there's a place that definitely has something I want. Where's that place? What is it?" Mu Xiang'e quickly said, "That place is filled with extremely powerful dragons. Some of the dragons are formed from dragon chi, but some of them are actually real dragons. Previously, we accidentally entered that place and many people died. This time, we came out to find more people to attack that place. If it's just that there are many dragons, this isn't useful information. If you want dragon chi, you can just rob it," Lin Feng said calmly. "There's a mountain range where those dragons live. It's a Jade Leaf Mountain Range," Mu Xiang'e said. "Oh, Jade Leaf Mountain Range?" Lin Feng was shocked. The Jade Leaf Mountain Range could replenish magic power. It was extremely important for cultivators. For example, if two cultivators were evenly matched in a fierce battle, both of them would have exhausted their magic power and would not be able to continue fighting. However, if one of them took out the Jade Leaf Mountain Range and absorbed the energy stored in the Jade Leaf Mountain Range, his magic power would quickly recover. Wouldn't the other person die without a doubt? Another example. A cultivator was being chased and frantically tried to escape. However, his magic power was exhausted and he would probably not be able to escape. However, if he had the Jade Leaf Mountain Range, he could continuously absorb the energy of the Jade Leaf Mountain Range to replenish his magic power. Then, he would continue to run. In the end, he might drag on until the other party's magic power was exhausted and could no longer continue to chase after him. Then, he would be able to escape successfully. Therefore, the Jade Leaf Mountain range was extremely important to cultivators in many ways. However, it was too rare. Back then, Lin Feng had obtained hundreds of Jade Leaf Mountain range, but now they were all used up. Since then, Lin Feng had not seen any Jade Leaf Mountain range for many years. He did not expect that a Jade Leaf Mountain range would appear in the Primordial Ruins realm. Mu Xiang'e continued, "This Jade Leaf Mountain range is different from ordinary Jade Leaf Mountain ranges." "What's the difference?" Lin Feng looked at Mu Xiang'e in surprise. He did not expect Mu Xiang'e to have done some research on these mineral veins. It seemed that the disciples nurtured by these major factions were not simple characters. Perhaps Mu Xiang'e's attainments in cultivation were not at a particularly monstrous level, but he had his own areas of expertise. Mu Xiang'e's expertise lay in the study of various mineral veins. According to my observations, that Jade Leaf Mountain range is likely to have produced jade leaf crystals. Mu Xiang'e said, "What's a jade leaf crystal?" Lin Feng looked at Mu Xiang'e in confusion. The formation of the Jade Leaf Mountain range is rather complicated. However, to put it simply, the Jade Leaf Mountain range is formed by absorbing a large amount of verdant wood power through various complicated processes. The verdant wood power is the wood attribute saint energy of the 5 elements. This jade leaf crystal is too precious. It would be a waste to use the jade leaf crystal to recover one's magic power. The greatest use of the jade leaf crystal is to nurture various natural treasures. Mu Xiang'e said, "Oh, nurture various natural treasures? What do you mean?" Lin Feng asked. Mu Xiang'e said, "The jade leaf crystal is equivalent to a type of nourishment. This nourishment can allow various natural treasures to grow rapidly." Lin Feng could not help but stroke his chin. According to Mu Xiang'e's words, didn't that mean that he could use the jade leaf crystal to nurture the seedling of the builder tree? The seedling of the builder tree would grow slowly. However, with the help of the jade leaf crystal, the seedling of the builder tree would definitely grow rapidly. "Do those people from earlier know about the Jade Leaf Mountain range?" Lin Feng asked. Mu Xiang'e said, I didn't tell them earlier." Lin Feng nodded. Then, he soared into the sky with Mu Xiang'e and quickly flew in the direction of the Jade Leaf Mountain range. Chapter 23:32. Lingongzi, after passing through this foggy area, you'll reach the Jadeite Mountain range. Mu Xiang'e pointed to a foggy area in the depths. Lin Feng had nothing to do with this guy, so he naturally wouldn't let him call him brother-in-law. Thus, this guy called Lin Feng Lingongzi. Lin Feng said, "All right, I'll send you off here. You can leave now." Mu Xiang'e didn't stay and quickly left. He stood in the distance and watched Lin Feng enter the foggy area. He couldn't help but mutter, "Demon. He's simply a demon." Then, he couldn't help but sigh. Although he hadn't interacted much with Lin Feng, Mu Xiang'e instinctively felt that the strength that Lin Feng had displayed before was very likely just the tip of the iceberg. And back then, his sister Mu Xianling had looked down on Lin Feng. She had even broken off relations with Lin Feng. Their engagement had been broken because of this. This was very likely the worst thing that his sister Mu Xianling had ever done. But what was done couldn't be undone. There was no way to change it. Lin Feng didn't know what Mu Xiang'e was thinking, and he didn't care about what Mu Xiang'e was thinking. He walked towards the depths. He was very careful along the way. The surroundings were very quiet. There was no sound at all. Lin Feng discovered that there were many naturally formed great formations in this place. Many of the great formations were incomparably exquisite and also incomparably dangerous. Once one fell into one of these great formations, it would be extremely bad. These great formations might be quite troublesome for other cultivators, but to Lin Feng, they didn't pose any threat. He shuttled through the great formations. Soon, he passed through the foggy area. After coming out, Lin Feng saw many giant dragons flying in the air from afar. There were green dragons, golden dragons, winged dragons, and so on. These giant dragons belonged to the Western Dragon clan. There were also azure dragons, sky dragons, glass dragons, and so on. These giant dragons belonged to the Eastern Dragon clan. These giant dragons were basically formed from dragon chi, but Lin Feng discovered that there were more than 10 giant dragons that were actually made of flesh and blood. These giant dragons looked rather strange. They had the slender bodies of the Eastern Dragon clan, but they also had a pair of huge wings. The wings of these dragons were different from the wings of the Western Dragon clan. The Western Dragon clan's wings were very huge, but they were not covered by feathers. But the wings of the giant dragon in front of him, this was the biggest difference between the two clans. Could this be the Winged Dragon? Lin Feng couldn't help but mumble, the Winged Dragon clan. There were many legends of the Winged Dragon. Eastern classic of the Great Wilderness. Ying Long was at the South Pole. He killed Qiyu and Qua Fu and could not return. Therefore, there have been several droughts, and the droughts have taken the form of a dragon and thus a heavy rain. The classic of mountains and seas. Northern classic of the Great Wilderness. Ying Long has killed Qiyu and Qua Fu, so he went to the south. Therefore, there is a lot of rain there. Chu Ci, Heaven's Inquiry. Ying Long of the Rivers and Seas, what is this painting? Where the Yu River resides. Huainanzi. Winged Dragon gives birth to Winged Dragon. Winged Dragon gives birth to Jianma. Jianma gives birth to Qilin. These were all legends of the Winged Dragon. The Winged Dragon was a very powerful dragon clan. Their history was even longer than the Divine Dragons and the Sky Dragons. There was a saying that the first ancestral dragon born in the world was the true dragon. The second ancestral dragon born in the world was the Winged Dragon. Lin Feng wasn't sure if this legend was true, but the Winged Dragon in all kinds of legends was the incarnation of a powerful dragon. The auras of the Winged Dragons in front of him were also very powerful. However, compared to the Winged Dragons in the legends, the strength of the Winged Dragons in front of him was undoubtedly much weaker. It wasn't that these Winged Dragons weren't powerful enough. The main reason for this difference was that as time passed, the bloodline of these Winged Dragons was far from the purity of their ancestors' bloodline. This was the case with bloodline inheritance. Generation after generation, the bloodline would become thinner and thinner, unless there was a phenomenon of atavism or some fortuitous encounter that caused the bloodline to become stronger. Or else, it was very difficult to make the already thin bloodline become stronger. There were so many dragons guarding the Emerald Leaf Mountain Range. If he wanted to take the Emerald Leaf Mountain Range, he had to first defeat these dragons. Lin Feng took out the Pseudo-Emperor puppet. Then he rushed out and killed those dragons together with the Pseudo-Emperor puppet. Roar! Many dragons let out earth-shaking roars when they saw Lin Feng and the Pseudo-Emperor puppet. Then they pounced towards the two of them. These dragons were very powerful, but Lin Feng and the Pseudo-Emperor puppet's cultivation were even more terrifying. Bang, bang, bang. Both sides engaged in a fierce battle. One by one, the dragons were killed and turned into dragon energy, which was then collected by Lin Feng. Roar! A high-pitched dragon roar resounded. Winged dragons bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they flew over. The strength of these winged dragons was much more powerful than those dragons formed from dragon energy. Good. There are so many winged dragons. I'll convert them all and put them in the mountain river ring. In the future, I can form an army of beasts. Seeing those winged dragons flying over, Lin Feng couldn't help but let out a long roar and flew out. Then, all kinds of powerful divine abilities were displayed, and waves of destructive energy waves shook the void. Lin Feng fought with a group of winged dragons. The Pseudo-Emperor puppet fought with those dragons formed from dragon energy. The division of labor between the two sides was clear. Lin Feng displayed heaven-defying strength, especially the true dragon seal that he had just learned. Although Lin Feng had only learned the first move of the true dragon seal. But as the most noble existence of the dragon race, the true dragon seal created by the true dragon seal had a suppressive effect on all dragons. The winged dragons were no exception. They were firmly suppressed by Lin Feng's true dragon seal. At the same time, Lin Feng used the great purification technique. He slapped the huge heads of the winged dragons one after another. A powerful purification power poured into the minds of these winged dragons. Suddenly, one by one, the winged dragons were purified by Lin Feng. It didn't take long for more than a dozen winged dragons to be purified by Lin Feng. After purifying these winged dragons, Lin Feng was in a good mood. He waved his hand. One by one, the winged dragons were directly put into the mountain river ring by Lin Feng, and Lin Feng helped the pseudo-emperor puppet continue to kill those dragons formed from dragon energy. Hundreds of dragons formed from dragon energy were all killed in the end and turned into balls of dragon energy. All of them were sealed by Lin Feng. Lin Feng put away the pseudo-emperor puppet. He floated in the air and looked at a mineral vein not far away. That mineral vein was emitting a shocking fluctuation. It was the emerald leaf mineral vein that Mu Xiang'a mentioned. Chapter 23:33. Give me a monstrous amount of magic power was released, directly enveloping the entire jade leaf stone vein. Lin Feng wanted to directly put the jade leaf stone vein into the mountain river ring, but to his surprise, such a powerful magic power was actually unable to move the jade leaf stone vein. This jade leaf stone vein was very strange. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. It seems that this jade leaf stone vein is very likely to be fixed by a restriction. After observing for a while, he couldn't help but come to a conclusion. Of course, there could also be other reasons for this strange situation. However, Lin Feng needed to investigate carefully before he could come to a conclusion. He landed in the jade leaf stone vein, sensing the aura of the jade leaf stone vein. There's something wrong below. Soon, Lin Feng found something suspicious. He quickly sneaked underground. The ground split open, taking the initiative to open a path for Lin Feng. Lin Feng discovered that the jade leaf stone vein's underground area was very large. The surface area was about 3 to 4 kilometers. However, the underground area covered a full 50 to 60 kilometers. Such a large area contained an unknown amount of jade leaf stones. Although the amount of jade leaf crystal was extremely rare in the jade leaf stone vein, this jade leaf stone vein was so huge, presumably the amount of jade leaf crystal would be much more than imagined. Lin Feng discovered a huge tomb deep in the jade leaf stone vein. This tomb was enveloped by a huge 8 trigrams formation, and this huge mound was connected to the emerald leaf stone mine. The reason why Lin Feng couldn't obtain the jade leaf stone vein before was probably related to this huge tomb. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at the tomb. He couldn't help but ponder slightly. A tomb was a strange place. Cultivators generally had 3 purposes for creating tombs. The first was to use it as a burial ground. This type of tomb was relatively common. Burial grounds were suitable to be built in places with dense qi. It was said that it could benefit one's descendants. This was what was recorded in the feng shui theory. Lin Feng had heard Taoist Wu Liang mention this before. The second was to use it as a place to temper weapons. The mound gathered the qi from all directions. Such a place was extremely suitable for refining all kinds of magic treasures. Of course, most of the magic treasures refined in the mound were dark attribute magic treasures. For example, some evil demonic weapons. The third was a place for refining corpses. Some evil sects like to refine all kinds of devil corpses. For example, the corpse-controlling sect liked to refine all kinds of zombies. The mound was undoubtedly the best place to refine corpses. Lin Feng had no idea what was going on with this mound, but he had a feeling that this mound was connected to the emerald leaf stone mine. He must be planning something big. Lin Feng planned to break the seal of the 8 trigrams formation and enter the mound to see what was going on. For Lin Feng, breaking the array wasn't difficult at all. It took more than 2 hours. Lin Feng tore apart the formation. He entered the mound. Inside the mound, it was dark and gloomy. Lin Feng was constantly on guard against his surroundings. This place could be dangerous at any time, so he had to be careful. When he was outside, be careful. Especially in such a place, he had to be extra careful. Otherwise, he might die without a burial place. Swish. Suddenly, without a sound, a figure appeared behind Lin Feng, exuding an extremely cold aura, making people suffocate. Sharp claws suddenly surged in the darkness, piercing towards Lin Feng from behind. Lin Feng's perception was very strong. He instantly sensed the terrifying aura behind him. He had been on guard against his surroundings, so after sensing the terrifying aura behind him, he reacted immediately. Lin Feng's body moved to the left. He instantly dodged the terrifying attack. At this moment, he clearly saw what had ambushed him. It was a green-haired zombie king. The green-haired zombie king stared at Lin Feng with a pair of blood-red eyes, revealing an extremely cold light. Disturbing my slumber. Human, die. The green-haired zombie king let out a sinister voice and then shot out, once again pouncing towards Lin Feng. His claws actually began to grow longer. Originally, the green-haired zombie king's claws were only a dozen centimeters long, but in the blink of an eye, they became more than half a meter long. They were extremely hard, just like the sharpest magic treasure. Moreover, a terrifying creature like the green-haired zombie king's body contained a highly toxic poison. If one was scratched by this creature, they would definitely be poisoned. Swish! A light flashed in Lin Feng's hand, and the wolf-tooth mace flew out and was held in his hand. I'll smash you to death, you big zombie! Lin Feng roared, jumped up, and used the wolf-tooth mace, directly smashing towards the big zombie. Clang! 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 One after another, violent loud sounds rang out. Deafening. The two sides collided. The green-haired zombie king was extremely powerful. Lin Feng was actually unable to suppress him with the wolf-tooth mace in his hand. Have a taste of my Buddhist secret art. Lin Feng couldn't help but snort coldly and began to display the supreme art of Great Karma technique. Boom. Once the Great Karma technique was used, who could compete against it? The power of this third-ranked Great Tao of the 3,000 Great Tao was too powerful. The most important thing was that this 3,000 Great Tao restrained evil beings. Originally, the green-haired zombie king and Lin Feng were evenly matched, but now, facing Lin Feng's attack, the green-haired zombie king was unable to hold on any longer. The power of karma bombarded the green-haired zombie king's body, and the green-haired zombie king was sent flying again and again. Roar! The green-haired zombie king let out an angry roar and wanted to come over and kill Lin Feng several times, but was repelled by the power of karma. All living things, mutually reinforcing and mutually restraining. That was the logic. The green-haired zombie king was firmly restrained by Lin Feng's sacred art, and his defeat was set. Lin Feng began to summon the gate of karma to suppress the green-haired zombie king. If he could suppress the green-haired zombie king, Lin Feng was confident that he would be able to purify the green-haired zombie king. Once he purified the green-haired zombie king, he would immediately have another terrifying guard by his side. Human, I will spare you for now. Once I cultivate the indestructible body of 10,000 evils, I will no longer be afraid of the Buddhist sacred art. At that time, it will be the time of your death. The green-haired zombie king let out a sinister voice. Then, he tore apart the power of karma that was sealing the Yin Mound. Then, he quickly escaped. Consider yourself lucky, Lin Feng snorted, and began to size up the Yin Mound. Chapter 23:34. In the darkness, a ball of cold light attracted Lin Feng's attention. He quickly walked over and picked up the black object. It was a fist-sized stone, but it was extremely heavy. Although it was small, Lin Feng felt that it weighed at least 5 million kilograms. Most importantly, the stone was covered in runes and stained with ancient blood. This stone is so strange. Lin Feng looked at the mysterious stone in shock. When he saw it, he could sense that it was extraordinary. He tried to invade the stone with his spirit sense, but his spirit sense was blocked by the mysterious stone. Can I use a drop of blood to refine it? Lin Feng muttered. Just as he was about to use a drop of blood to refine the stone, swoosh. Suddenly, the stone broke free from Lin Feng's hand and smashed toward Lin Feng. Bang! Caught off guard, Lin Feng was sent flying by the strange stone. Ouch! Lin Feng screamed and fell to the ground. He felt that all the magic power in his body was about to scatter. That stone was very strange. It had a very strong suppressive effect on a cultivator's magic power. It seemed to be able to scatter a cultivator's magic power. Lin Feng's magic power was so vast and condensed. Just one hit from that strange stone was enough to scatter his magic power. It was clear how terrifying that stone was. He tried to circulate the magic power in his body, but to his horror, he found that he could not circulate the magic power in his body. Although the strange stone did not scatter Lin Feng's magic power, it used some unknown method to seal his magic power, making it difficult for him to circulate his magic power. I'll kill you. I'll eat your bloodline. The stone suddenly let out a sharp cry and charged toward Lin Feng again. Damn, I've seen a ghost. The stone can actually talk. Lin Feng stared at the strange stone, dumbfounded. He did not know what the stone was, but it was so terrifying. The energy waves it emitted were suffocating. It was the same as the previous time. This time, the strange stone wanted to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng swung his mace with both hands and smashed it toward the strange stone. Clang! A loud sound was heard. The stone was sent flying by Lin Feng. Wah! Eat! 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 I'm going to eat your treasure! The rock cried out, and a big mouth opened on top of the rock. The big mouth bit down on the Wolverine mace. Crack! The big mouth bit down on the mace. Ouch! It's so hard. It's hurting my teeth. That strange rock couldn't help but yell. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. What the hell was that guy? Lin Feng swung his Dracofin arm and sent the stone. Damn! What broken stone? How can it be so? Lin Feng frowned as he looked at the stone. The stone was indeed too strange. Lin Feng felt that it would be troublesome to deal with. Brat, you dare call me a broken stone? Do you know that you've committed a crime? Let me tell you, you've committed a heinous crime. The strange stone shouted angrily. It sounded as if it wanted to chop Lin Feng into pieces. Lin Feng was speechless. What crime have I committed? You're blaspheming a great existence. The strange stone shouted. Lin Feng muttered, Don't tell me that great existence you're talking about is yourself? The strange stone said proudly, When a person is too outstanding, they can't hide their brilliance no matter where they go. That's right, that great existence is myself. The stone was really shameless. It was actually boasting about itself. Lin Feng curled his lips and said, I really can't see how you're great. Could it be that you have some powerful background? The stone said, If I tell you my background, you'll be scared to death. What's your background? Tell me, I'd like to see if I'll be scared to death by you. Lin Feng said. The stone sneered at Lin Feng and said, And nobody like you wants to know my background? Dream on. I'm going to eat you and your treasures. The stone pounced at Lin Feng again. Lin Feng waved his Wolverine mace and smashed it again and again. Clang, 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 clang. Lin Feng struck the strange stone again and again and sent it flying away. However, the mace couldn't harm the stone at all. If this continued, Lin Feng would definitely be the first to give up. This was going to be troublesome. At that moment, the Demon Lord suddenly said, I know what this thing is. Hearing the Demon Lord's words, Lin Feng was shocked. He asked, What the hell is this thing? A heaven-splitting stone. The Demon Lord said, A heaven-splitting stone? What the hell is that? Lin Feng asked in confusion. This was the first time he'd heard of a heaven-splitting stone. It's a stone formed when heaven and earth were first created. There are many types of heaven-splitting stones, such as immortal stones, demonic stones, divine stones, and so on. However, it's said that heaven-splitting stones are too heaven-defying, so they were destroyed by innate life forms during the absolute beginning era. The Demon Lord said. Lin Feng was shocked. Was a heaven-splitting stone that terrifying? Even innate life forms were afraid of it? If that wasn't the case, innate life forms wouldn't have destroyed heaven-splitting stones. The Demon Lord continued. This heaven-splitting stone was probably one that was lucky enough not to be destroyed. In all the heavens, there are probably very few heaven-splitting stones left. Lin Feng asked, What's the use of this heaven-splitting stone? It's said that it can be used to forge the most powerful treasures. In the past, innate life forms destroyed heaven-splitting stones, smelted them, and forged them into powerful treasures with terrifying power. The Demon Lord said. It seems that innate life forms destroyed heaven-splitting stones because of greed. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. The Demon Lord said, Wherever there are people, there will be conflicts of interest. This is unavoidable. Apart from forging treasures, what other uses does a heaven-splitting stone have? Lin Feng asked. Yao Jun said, the sky-splitting stone is very strange. It has many shocking abilities, but different sky-splitting stones have different abilities. For example, the sky-splitting stone in front of us can disperse other people's Fali, but it probably has some other unimaginable abilities. How should I deal with this heaven-splitting stone? Lin Feng asked. Use heavenly fire to burn it. The heaven-splitting stone is of the metal element, so heavenly fire can restrain it. The demon lord said. Lin Feng had used his godly awareness to talk to the beast lord. Even though it was a long conversation, it happened in the blink of an eye. Chapter 23:35. Heavenly Fire. Come out. When the sky-splitting stone smashed down again, Lin Feng directly took out the heavenly fire. The heavenly fire burned fiercely. It enveloped the sky-splitting stone. Oh my God! It's burning me to death. It's burning me to death. You little bastard. How dare you use the heavenly fire to burn me? Do you believe that I won't swallow your heavenly fire? The sky-splitting stone screamed miserably as it was burned. It was simply laughable. Facing the burning of the heavenly fire, the sky-splitting stone had no way to resist. All things were divided into 5 elements. The 5 elements reinforced and restrained each other. If it was just an ordinary flame burning the sky-splitting stone, the sky-splitting stone might be fine. However, it was the heavenly fire that burned the sky-splitting stone. The flame's supremacy had managed to restrain the heaven-splitting stone. Lin Feng cursed. Grandson, who are you calling a bastard? I'll burn you to death. Lin Feng continued to use the heavenly fire to burn the sky-splitting stone. Hoo. The fire grew stronger and stronger. The sky-splitting stone was burning until it emitted green smoke. You're burning me to death. You're burning me to death. Quickly stop, or I won't let you off. The sky-splitting stone roared. It kept struggling and resisting, but it was useless. No matter how the sky-splitting stone struggled and resisted, it was unable to resist. It could not resist the might of the heavenly fire. Sky-splitting stone, it seems that your level is not that great. Lin Feng said proudly. You know my identity? The sky-splitting stone immediately shouted with a haughty look. Lin Feng rolled his eyes and said, You're already burned to such a state, yet you still dare to act cool in front of this young master? The might of the heavenly fire grew stronger and stronger. The sky-splitting stone had already turned from black to fiery red. It opened its mouth. It kept panting heavily. I'm going to die. Save me. Who can save me? The sky-splitting stone wailed. Whoosh. Suddenly, the sky-splitting stone turned into a fiery red stream of light and quickly charged toward Lin Feng. Then, it fiercely slammed into Lin Feng. Lin Feng had long been on guard against the heaven-splitting stone. Seeing this guy rushing over, Lin Feng directly used the Vajra mace to smash the heaven-splitting stone away. Damn brat, consider it my loss, said the sky-splitting stone ferociously. Then, it tore open the void and left quickly. Lin Feng's heavenly fire couldn't be too far away from him, so it flew back of its own accord. Lin Feng didn't chase after the heaven-splitting stone either, although the heavenly fire restrained the heaven-splitting stone. However, if he wanted to suppress the heaven-splitting stone, this was not an easy task. It would be great if I could convert this guy. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. The heaven-splitting stone was a treasure that everyone coveted. If it smashed into someone's body, it could disperse the opponent's magic power. If the heaven-splitting stone were to give the opponent such a blow during a great battle, it would scatter the opponent's magic power. Was there any suspense left in this battle? Unfortunately, it was truly difficult to subdue the heaven-splitting stone. Lin Feng began to regulate his body in the Yin Mound. Previously, when he was smashed by the heaven-splitting stone, although his magic power was barely not scattered, he couldn't circulate it. This was no different from having his magic power scattered. Therefore, Lin Feng needed to spend a certain amount of time to recover his magic power. 6 hours later, Lin Feng's magic power finally returned to normal, which made him let out a long sigh of relief. The feeling of not being able to circulate his magic power was too terrible. If it was possible, Lin Feng didn't want to experience that terrible feeling again. After Lin Feng left the Yin Mound, he completely destroyed the 8 trigrams formation. Then, he flew out and put the entire Jade Leaf Stone Mine into his mountain river ring. Lin Feng planned to wait until he got out of the original ruins realm before thinking about excavating the Jade Leaf Stone Mine. For a period of time after that, Lin Feng spent his time searching for treasures and raiding houses. During this period of time, he snatched a lot of dragon chi. When all the dragon chi was added together, there was a total of more than 50,000 strands. Time passed by quickly. 3 months flew by. The teleportation array between the 8 heavens and the Prodigy training grounds was about to open. A loud rumbling sound resounded between heaven and earth. Everyone saw 8 huge teleportation arrays appear in 8 different directions of the original ruins realm. A teleportation array appeared in every place in the 8 heavens. Cultivators in the 8 heavens could now head to the teleportation array and enter the Prodigy training grounds through it. Cultivators who didn't need the dragon chi needed to leave the 8 heavens at this time. It was said that if one stayed in the 8 heavens without permission, they would be killed by the laws of the 8 heavens. Therefore, it was extremely irrational to stay in the 8 heavens at this time. The 8 heavens were 8 independent spaces. Therefore, cultivators in the 8 heavens could only head to the corresponding teleportation array. Lin Feng also flew quickly toward the teleportation array in the area where he was. When he arrived, Lin Feng found that the teleportation array was controlled by someone. A large number of cultivators had been intercepted. There were about 700 to 800 cultivators guarding the array, forbidding everyone from going over. Their actions caused public outrage. Therefore, many people joined forces to attack the defensive line formed by the cultivators. However, they failed several times. Those people were too strong and couldn't resist at all. The Exalted Immortal Sect, the Undying Immortal Sect, the Ascension Immortal Sect, the Sword Saint Immortal Sect, the Heavenly Tao Immortal Sect, the 5 major immortal sects, the Kinwu people, the Skeleton Tribe, the Sky Eye Tribe, and other factions. There are also 7 or 8 ancient aristocratic families, all of whom are experts from the top factions. The defensive line formed by these experts naturally can't resist. Someone lamented. Everyone, we only want money and don't want to kill. Hand over half of your dragon chi, and we'll let everyone pass. A young man in an imperial robe said, Huang Fu Chi. He's from the Ascension Immortal Sect. Someone recognized the young man's identity. The Ascension Immortal Sect was too powerful. It was one of the 10 major immortal sects with a long history and a strong foundation. It was also said that this faction could communicate with exalted immortals. No one was willing to provoke such a faction. You want half of our dragon chi? Aren't you going overboard? Do you want to become enemies with all the cultivators in the world? A cultivator said coldly with a gloomy expression. Naturally, they were unwilling to hand over half of their dragon chi. Many people also began to shout. It could be said that the crowd was furious. However, the people from the major factions looked at them with cold expressions. Either you hand over your dragon chi and enter the Prodigy Training Hall, or wait here until the teleportation array disappears and you leave the primordial ruins realm. A holy son of the Taishang Immortal Sect said coldly. Many people's expressions were gloomy as they weighed the pros and cons. This is robbery. Hand over all your treasures. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.